So glad to have everybody here. But as far as the agenda, we had the reception last night. Okay, as far as today, just a couple of things I want to talk about. We've got great speakers. Matter of fact, when you think about it, and you look at the people you'll be hearing from, you've got over 100 years of experience in this business, and earnings of over $100 million in this one company, right? So I just think the experience you're going to be able to glean from today is going to be very valuable. And so we're gonna take a break. We're gonna have a break. Let's see, at what time is it? Oh yeah, 10:30. We're gonna take a break, and then we're gonna have lunch. We're gonna bring in lunch. We've got box lunches coming in, and but during lunch we're gonna have a Q&A session. Okay, that you can ask questions. So be thinking about what questions you might have regarding how to build it or whatever, any questions you have. We're gonna have Jared Nelson, Jim Hass, and Doc Cooper are gonna be here for that. And maybe Mike and Amy may participate in part of that, okay? So we're gonna kind of have a working lunch, okay? And then we're gonna be going till Dan Hall. Okay, Dan Hall, we started a church. We have a little chapel service every Sunday morning at 10 a.m. And it's really been incredible. We started doing it about 5 years ago. Some of you know Dan. He's a quadriplegic, and I had an accident about 5 years ago. And Dan and I have been friends over 30 years. So, but last week, he ended up getting COVID. So he's in the hospital. So, but he's not having any bad symptoms, but since he's a quadriplegic, they've got him in isolation, okay? So he's gonna be fine, but he's not gonna be here tomorrow. He was gonna share not only today, but tomorrow. What we're gonna do, we're going to Zoom. He's gonna do a session on leadership and goals. So we're gonna Zoom that. So by the way, make sure that while you're here, that you sign in and we have your name and your email address, your address, and all that stuff, okay? So we're gonna be able to communicate that. So anyway, but we're gonna do, Jim and I are gonna do some things on goals, okay? And then, so we do have a little extra time here. When we get through, we're gonna be through. We should be through by 3 o'clock, is what I'm thinking. We're gonna be through, even taking a little extra time for different things. So, but and then some of you are staying over for the little service in the morning. And I tell you what, I don't know how Dan did this, but he got Rob Futrell. Rob was a pastor over 20 years here for like a Broadmoor, huge church. And he and Commandria, they live out in California now and have an incredible thing out there. So Rob's going to be here in the morning. That's going to be special in the morning with Rob Futrell here at 10 a.m. Okay, so that'll be good. So I think that is it. On your agenda there's the network password or whatever card if you need internet. Hopefully you will focus not on your device, right? But you'll focus on, if you'll notice, there's a legal pad and a pen. It's there for a reason, right? It's a message that, hey, look, take notes, be a student. As a matter of fact, anything that hits you, there's going to be a lot of information that's going to be shared about really, what you need to do to win here. Okay. So, but if something hits you, jot it down. Okay. And take as many notes as you can. And then what you do when you leave, you go back. Okay. And each day, if you'll take, like I learned a thing years ago before I got in the company about a spaced repetition. When you hear something or read something one time, okay, your retention is very weak. But if this guy had the idea, okay, look, you do something, you read something or hear something 6 days in a row, right? 6 days in a row, the retention goes through the roof. So take your notes, then the next week, just once a day, just glance over your notes and do that every day for a week, okay? And it's gonna stick with you, especially if you take it and put it into practice, okay? So you hear it, you write it, you review it, but then you use it, right? And I'm telling you, that's when the magic happens, because when you use it, you internalize it, okay? And big things begin to happen. So anyway, guys, I feel like we're gonna have a great day. We want you to feel comfortable, feel at home. If you need to slip out, go to the restroom, whatever, in between speakers, whatever, you just feel free to do that. Again, we're gonna have plenty of coffee and food and everything. And, you know, I really would love for you just to be able to focus on, you know, your problems are still gonna be there when you walk out the door, but let's focus on some solutions, on getting us to where we need to be. So, you know, I actually did the first one of these. I called it an expansion seminar. I had this bright idea. This is probably 20 to 30 years ago. I don't know. We took about maybe 100 leaders over to Atlanta, Georgia, next to the home office. I had John Addison came by, who was our CEO at that time. No, he wasn't even CEO. I don't know who the CEO was. But anyway, whoever it was, they came by. And then we had 3 days. And Mike and Amy and Jill and I and different leaders. And we just talked about, okay, you know, we want to expand. We want to help you become a regional vice president and raise up leaders. So we just kind of coached on the big picture. How do you lead? How do you become an RVP? How do you open an office? How do you expand? How do you recruit and train and motivate and encourage people? And so anyway, man, I think it was awesome. We even had a map. I'm gonna talk to you about the map later. We were actually gonna put up a map, but then we didn't have a good place to put it, okay? So, but, you know, I want you to think about, you know, where do you want to build your company? I mean, the sky's the limit here. Guys, we have no territories. If you've always wanted to live in Colorado or whatever, it's a blank canvas. We've got that here. And I think a lot of times you know, the old saying, choose your ruts carefully. You know, you'll be in them a long time. So, you know, anyway, so we did that and it was unbelievable. I think we had 30 RVPs promoted after that deal. I mean, people just went on a run and it was wild, and it worked so well that we didn't do it again, right? I mean, tells you how smart I am, okay? So now here we are. So, you know, I had the idea about 6 months ago. I said, Jill, I'm gonna do another expansion seminar. We call it leadership retreat now, but I want to do it again. And I really want to spend from now on, that's what I want to do. And, you know, help raise up leaders. And, you know, the reason that we've got a great hierarchy is because we haven't really focused on building our company. We want to help you build your company, right? And that's why we got so many we call it broad-based leadership. When you think about our hierarchy, over 200 VPs now, you have trouble thinking of the different all the leaders that are out there doing it. So anyway, so this is the first one we've done in 20 years, whatever. So our second one now. So you're in, right? And like I said, you've got a lot of experience that you're going to be hearing from. But the thing about it is, the goal is to help you prepare for RVP, okay? This will be ongoing. This is not just come in, wham, bam, and we're done, right? We want this to be something that's an ongoing relationship, okay? With you to help you. We want to be able to coach, communicate, encourage, and assist you in building your company, right? We want to be an asset. Come alongside you and help you get it done. The goal is for you to become an RVP, for you to have your own office, right? For you to expand, to help you do that, and also to help you develop what Art used to talk to us about, your management philosophy. Your management philosophy is how, what do you believe in? What do you know works? What's your belief about, what works and what doesn't, and, what do you want to stand for in your business? Man, it's such an important thing. Your philosophy, how to recognize people, everything from recognition, how do you compete, right? We're going to talk about competing and not competing against people, but competing with people. But running events, how do you do events, and then goal setting. So anyway, that's what we want to do. And so the thing about it is, guys, let me say this: what you've got to do is you've got to have the right mindset. Okay, so you've got to have the right mindset. You've got to commit that you really. And by the way, like one of the things that I said, listen, this is not about trying to talk somebody into joining Primerica, right? I mean, if we've got somebody here that you're trying to figure out if you even want to do it, well, I mean, this is not a business overview, right? I'm assuming that everybody in here says, look, I want to be a I want to be a head coach. I want to build a company within a company. So that's the assumption. And so, but I think even that's valuable for a new person, because see, Primerica, what you see is what you get. There is no behind the closed door meeting. There is no gotcha. We don't tell you it's going to be easy. We tell you if you win, it's going to be a pain in the butt, right? And you're going to have to leave it all on the field, okay? And see, I love that about our company. So this is about, but I'm saying, you've got to sell out that you're going to be an entrepreneur, okay? And that you're going to go out there and, everybody, entrepreneur sounds real, I don't know, sexy, but it sounds very appealing, right? Maybe sexy, I don't know. But it sounds very appealing to people, the idea of entrepreneurship and all that. But, everybody wants to be an entrepreneur, but all entrepreneurs are on commission, right? Like when you're an entrepreneur, you can write yourself a check, it may bounce though, right? I mean, hell, you're on commission, okay? And so anyway, we're going to talk about this. Matter of fact, here's one thing you got to buy into right now. You got to buy into, there's not a person in here, if you're headed toward VP, you're worth a minimum of $100 an hour, right? There's nobody here worth less than $100 an hour. So if you're spending your time doing anything that you could pay somebody else less than $100 an hour, that's what you need to start doing. Okay? Since I've gotten in this business, I've never owned a lawnmower, right? I've never washed my car. I don't wash my car. I don't work in the yard. I don't have a lawnmower. Don't want one, right? Okay? And the thing about it is, I've been so well, I enjoy that. Well, I mean, you can do it after you get financially independent. You gotta narrow some things down in your life. You gotta cut some things out and say, you know what? We gotta think bigger, right? You gotta think, okay, look, I'm worth $100 an hour minimum, okay? And what I'm doing is I'm signing a note for $500,000. I'm signing a $500 million note for my franchise, and now I gotta go pay it off. I got to go. So in other words, I can't have a bad month. I can't get a little moody, right? And feel sorry for myself. I've got to pay this $500,000 back. Does that make sense? I'm just saying that's an entrepreneur mindset. And once you take ownership of that, then that's when the magic happens. Let me say another thing. As we get started, now we're just getting started. We ain't even got started, okay? This is the introduction, okay? Let me say this: if you win here, what would you do with it? What would you do if you were able to win here, and what would your life look like? You know, I want you to think about that today. What would you do with it? What would your life look like if you won here? Okay. And, you know, I can tell you that some of the things maybe going through your mind right now is probably about family. It's probably about community. It's about charity, you know, and some personal things. Well, the thing about it is, in other words, probably good things that would be happening in your world, right? And if the answer to that is yes, you're right, right? Well, you know what's going to happen? All hell's going to break loose. I'm telling you, I've seen it happen. I've watched it this is October, 43 years for me. I've seen it, man. There's so many people that should still be with me. And you know, bad things happen. They got discouraged, you know, they got discouraged, but you know what? A lot of them, good things started happening to them in other areas. They'd get a promotion. They'd get it going here. Next thing you know, the freaking job gave them a promotion, right? And locked them into that vehicle, which is going nowhere. I've seen it happen 100 times. People that should be here, should be financially independent, should have this business added to their financial statement, net worth, zero debt only, okay? But they're not here. And, you know, I had coffee with a guy from Mission, Mississippi. I was chairman of Racial Reconciliation. The executive director is a good friend of mine. He met with me day before yesterday. We had coffee. He said, man, David, dadgummit, I never knew you was in the business. He said, man, why didn't I do what you did? So, but anyway, so let me just say this, whether, you know, whatever happens, when you make a commitment that you're going to go out there and make it happen, you're going to have things that are going to happen. Because let me tell you something, there are forces in this world, okay, that want to keep you where you are, right? And I'll just leave it at that. We are in a chapel, so I could preach right now, but I'm not. There is stained glass up there, I've seen that. But anyway, so, but there are forces in this world that want to keep you where you are, okay? And they don't want you to go do what is in the heart, right? I believe that. So that's key. You got to act like an RVP to become one. You got to act big to become big. You got to walk like one, talk like one, look like one, right? And so now we are getting ready to get started, okay? And I'm excited about today. We're gonna, you know, I think that my goal too, as we move forward, is for you to be able to build relationships and with people here today as we move forward. And so, you know, we're going to kick it off with little brother Mike. I used to call him my little brother, but you know, Dan's bigger than me, right? I used to beat up on him until he got bigger than me, right? And then I started being real nice to Mike. Okay? So no, but just he's really, Mike and Amy are just so special. You're gonna hear from both of them here in a little bit, but Amy too. But anyway, and I thought about Mike, getting him to talk about like how to become an RVP, how to build a big base shop. So anyway, so proud of them, what they built, their family, my nephew Conman back there, right? We're glad to have, you know, the kids. I mean, as they growing up, they're all getting in the business. So anyway, y'all, I'll give it for Mike. Come on, Mike. Y'all stand up.
Good morning. How's everybody doing? Hey, thank you all. Thank you, David and Jill. Thank you for your vision. You know, I'm sitting here listening. He said a whole lot right then, didn't he? There was a lot of messaging in there that was really, really important. And so, you know, so true. But thank you all, David and Jill, for not only your vision, but your tenacity. You know, how, look, we felt like we had the greatest trainers in Primerica, you know, and it just happened to be my brother and his wife, and just swooped on us. And I was 28. Amy was 19 when we joined and got married, and you know, they mentored us. They built leadership and friendship, and thank y'all, man. Hey, my veteran teammates from the David Landrum International, Landrum International Hierarchy. Good to see y'all too. I know we have several in here, and then of course the future RVP team. You know, man, I'm so excited about what's about to happen to this group, because Dave, I remember that meeting, and I'll tell you, one of the couples at that meeting, David, was Frank and Tasha Firestone. Okay, and I'm gonna tell you an example. Y'all know Frank and Tasha, they're almost $500,000 earners now. Well, they were in college, right? They had just graduated from Southern Miss, and she was still in college. And that meeting that David had, an expansion meeting, Frank and Tasha were at that meeting. Well, after the first session, we were all back in our rooms before the evening and session, and Frank and Tasha called our room and said, "Can y'all meet us in the lobby?" And then we said, "Sure." And so we walked down the lobby, and look, Frank and Tasha didn't have a big market. They you know, I think they just got married or about to get married, and so they were college kids, and they said they looked us in the eye in that lobby of that hotel, Dave, and said, "We're going VP in 3 months," and we were like, "Okay." And we were like, "I don't know about this one, Frank and Tasha. You don't have a lot going on. I've been watching y'all every day." Do you know they went VP 4 months later? And then moved to Austin, Texas, opened the first office, and now they have like, what, 12? Isn't that crazy? But it was, you know, big decisions are made at meetings like this. You know, it might not be big for anybody else. But, you know, I know for us, when we started, it was something, it was like that too. You know, so let me get in my talk here, and I'm gonna give you some notes now, okay? I'm gonna rip it pretty quick. Can I have a 10-minute sign? And then a 3-minute sign? And so it is a unique time in Primerica. And listen, I want to show you, this is a prop for you, okay? This is the deck on the front of POL, Primerica Online, and I would go through this, okay, because it's a deck that we kicked off the year with our CEO and the senior leaders meeting. It goes through every part of the business, where we are, where we're headed, new products, and you can download it. You need to look at this. This gives you fresh content. It creates vision for you, and it will create confidence that we are the best. I mean, when you got the CEO of Morningstar saying, "Look, Primerica has a shot to be the Amazon of the financial industry." You understand, Morningstar doesn't say things like that. I mean, they're an incredible organization, okay? I mean, why does he say that? It's all about distribution. Nobody has our distribution channel. That's why everybody that has a decent product wants to put it through us. And that's why we're the #1 Quicken distributor right now for Quicken mortgages of anybody. And we're only in 17 states. When we get to 50, we think we'll do some mortgages. Think about this. Y'all, we've made $25 million the last 32 years. Anyhow, they paid us $25 million, gives us another $3 million in stock grants. $28 million in 32 years. But guess how much we made our first year? 17 grand. That's when people quit. That's when we're like, "You think Mike should get a real job?" See, that's why it's important for you to know where we're headed. See, I might not be where I want to be, but I'm dang sure not where I used to be, an unemployed NFL player. I was creating a new path, right? And so you got to create a little vision in yourself, okay? You got to back it up. Look, this is real. I've had 100 people myself. I've got 100 of those stories too, like that. Good guys and gals that should be here, but they made a decision when they were down. They listened to the wrong people in their life, right? And they didn't follow their heart, their passions, and what they know they should have done. They didn't tough it out. Okay, now look, there's a lot of reasons. I think we've all gone through some things that we could have said, yeah, I could have said, checked out them too. We've had, but we didn't. And so let me tell you, it's a unique time in Primerica in the development of the company too. And And so, I'm not going to go through our story, but I just want to tell you, you know, we came in with zero experience, okay? My financial game plan coming out of the NFL was a size 13 Nike shoebox. Meaning this, all my important papers were just in a box. There was no plan, right? So I knew nothing about financial services. David had set me up an IRA and a mutual fund, sold me term insurance when I was in the NFL. And I didn't even know how it worked. I just trusted him, quite honestly. So I come here and I was financially uneducated. And so David's saying, look, Mike and Andy, man, y'all will be so big, man. We're going to be one of the biggest companies in the world one day. You could be a vice president, have your own office. You can have one officer, many as you want, you know, and then y'all live wherever you want. We bought into that. And he was saying things like, hey, look, we're probably going to be one of the biggest companies in the world one day. You know, you can have ownership. So we just believed it. Was he right? Bigger than he said it was. Sure was. We bought into that. Okay. And you know what? But let me tell you what happened. First note for you. Okay. We made a total commitment. Okay. And what I mean by that is when we saw that it was good for us, the products, what we did, we said, you know what, we've got to just totally commit. And Amy will tell you, we said, let's do this. Let's just commit not to quit for 24 months, for 2 years, and just get good at this thing. And that was our first commitment, wasn't it, babe? And for just 24 months, not 10 years, but it's like, hey, commit not to quit for 2 years. He said, Mike, it's going to be like 2-a-days was. Did you ever want to quit there 2-a-days or right? Or spring training or something like that, right? Right? But you didn't. Why? Because you played on Friday night or Saturday or Sunday, right? Same thing here. You got to kind of go through it, right? And then the second thing we did, and you say, well, what happened after that 2 years? Because remember, we made 17. Guess what the second year was? 27. But guess what happened that 25th month? Mike swallowed his pride. He quit worrying what people's thinking about him. And he said, screw this. I'm just going to go saturate my market. Hell, I've already paid the death claims. I've already seen this company pay a death claim. I've already seen mutual funds work. What am I scared of? Why am I not talking to my neighbors? Why am I not talking to my family? Why am I chicken? I was playing big chicken. How many of y'all got a chicken list, right? Man, you ought to write everything, every name that comes in your mind, you ought to be writing on your median of your, on your margin of your paper. And then that needs to be your first hit list. It will be the best move that you can make walking out of here, okay? And so what we did, we committed to go another 8 years. We said, you know what? We're going for 2, 17, 27. Swallowed my pride, started having 8 appointments a week. Take the note right there. I started having 8 appointments a week. If I didn't have 8 by Friday, 8 new solid conversations a week. That's it. Most sales companies, marketing companies want you to call them 8 a day. Now, we're only saying 8 a week, right? And so I said, okay, if I do 8, I'm going to take off the weekend. If I don't do 8, I'm going to punish myself and work the weekend. And people say, well, why'd you do that? Because I was so important. He wasn't calling me saying, you better get out there and get those 8. Right? I had to be that person, right? And so that's what we did. We built a punish and reward system. We reward ourselves if I did the work that week, and I punish myself if I did. You have to do that a little while until you get your discipline muscle, entrepreneurial muscle built up, okay, where you can stay in business and have discipline yourself, okay? And so what happened is that next 8 years we exploded. We went to $500,000 in income, overnight. Hattiesburg, Mississippi, a town of 25,000 people. And it just exploded from there because we have a university town and we also have a major, pretty good medical community, but also a military installation there. We were able to get a good cross-pollination of different type people coming through and fro. And then the Lord led us to some amazing people. And now, boom, we got 78 offices. And so anyway, it was a total commitment, okay? I want to show you something. Get that slide. It's not coming on. I want to show you. Oh, it's too little? Okay, don't worry about it. So let me go to the second part, okay? This is the next step. There were 3 things getting started that we did, and I want to encourage you to keep simple getting people started, Okay, so let's talk about you beginning to go regional vice president from where you are, right? What David did with Mike and Amy, he said, look, number one, let's put your own program in place. In other words, number one is become a client. Okay, why is that important? Because it moves from your head to your heart. It's your testimony. And let me tell you something. When you believe, and you know this, when you believe in something, it gets right here, you know, and so that's the important part, to believe in what you do. So I became a client, we became a client, we had our personal testimony, but then what we did, we got in the field and got trained, right? And in other words, trained to district leader, okay? That's the first level of promotion, management promotion within the company. And so most qualifications for that is that you would bring in 3 associates in your business and do about 3 or 4 life outs, 2,500 premium, right? So about 4 or 5 life outs, get your license done, you're a district leader, just like that, say, okay? And so that's what we did. We became a client, then we got out in the field. I set appointments for David. He took me out in the field, got me promoted to district leader by closing some guys that come to work with me that are in my market, but also he showed me how to close a life out. I watched him close a mutual fund on the first client. Wendell, remember my chief, my biology teacher from high school. And anyway, wrote a $50 a month Franklin Templeton growth fund on him. And so but I did that over and over with David. He took me on about 30 training appointments. Now, you don't need that many now. Back then, we didn't have a presentation, okay? It was using on a legal pad. That's how you drawing it out, literally. And so now, it's a lot simpler. But the third thing I did was we got licensed. So, became a client, got in the field, started putting David in front of people, and I'm just going to play sponge, watching a guy making $250,000 do business, and I was trying to copy him. What I was doing, and you know what I noticed? He did the same thing every time. He said the same joke at the same time. I knew it was coming, and it was so duplicatable, you know. And I was like, and after about 20 of them, you're like, I know what he's about to do right here, right? And it's true. And so, you know, so I started saying, well, I could do this, right? And so that's what we did, and I got my license. Okay, then guess what? I went out and tried it on my own. And the first guy was a guy named Jimmy Nichols. He was running a bowling alley there on I-55 in Jackson. And I went to high school with him. And but I heard he was in town. I went over there, and he sure was. He had a little State Farm policy. And I butchered it. I went in, it was the first one without David. I was scared to death. I don't know why. It was Jimmy Nichols from high school. But it was intimidating for me. And he let me look at the policy, but he didn't do business with me. He said, no, I'm gonna stay where I am. Stay where I'm staying with school, my mom and dad bought their policies and all that. And then I was gut check on that one, right? But I went and tried again. And then you repeat. And you just keep repeating. And you keep going out and giving it, okay? Giving that presentation. See how you become a regional vice president in Primerica. A regional vice president in Primerica is no different than a VP at most other corporations. They recruit talent. They train that talent, and they lead that talent, okay, in that office environment. We call it leadership, they call it management, corporate America. But, you know, but they recruit and attract quality people, train people, and they motivate people. That's what we do, right? So that's what I do. I'm a regional vice president, right? And so I hire, train, motivate, hire, train, motivate, hire, train, motivate. That's how you become an RVP, okay? Why? When you go on those appointments and you bring that person in, and now you get them to district leader, and you just keep repeating that. Amy and I were talking about last night. She asked me, of all the things in 32 years, what has not changed? What can we boil it down to? The relationships that we built with people in our community and still do. But then also the fact that Mike and Amy always brought 1 to 2 people in every month. Might not have brought 10 in, might not have brought two in, but we brought 1 or 2 in basically every month for a number of years direct to us, Because we didn't know what our guys were going to do, but I knew what Mike could do. I could find one person a month every 30 days that needed an extra $2,000 a month part-time, or just sick and tired of being sick and tired like I was when I found this thing. I knew how being nice to people, talking to people, building relationships, going my own way, not throwing up on people, right? Not chasing people, planting seeds with people, getting to know people, working with people you want to visit with and be around. And it works. Listen, our products sell themselves if people like and trust you. Okay, it really is. Okay, they sell themselves if people like and they trust you. Okay, and so now, what do you do now? Next point is this. Okay, this is a big one now. Okay, huge one. Now you're licensed, you're trained. Got your relationships going. You're starting to get one person a month, coming in your business. Why? That's your human resource department. Okay. Now, this is the deal. You need to become the best financial advisor, financial representative, whatever you call yourself. You need to become the best financial person in your community. You need to go get clients. And so, Mike, I recruit people first, or you do business first? Man, look, just go out there and build relationships and tell people, look, I do two things, man. They say, what do you do, Mike? I help people get a clear financial picture in their finances, right? Through the financial business, but also, man, I'm into agency development or branch management development. I'm a leadership guy. I'm looking for talent. We're looking to open offices. So I'm doing two things. I heard my brother say that forever. Hey, we're here for two reasons. We'd love to help y'all, but man, we're expanding. We need some help in your area. I do both. And I just kind of let that identify itself through that conversation. But this is the deal. Don't miss this point. You can't bypass not being great at what we do. Now, look, you can make hobby money and make $1,000 or $2,000 a month. Hey, you can stumble across $1 million rollover or an inheritance and make 30 grand on a VA right now on one pop and get a residual on it. That's going to happen. There's a lot of that's out there. It's happening every day in America. But you got to be the best. You got to become. I'm talking about the look. David said, I'm assuming everybody here wants to have a business, right? Become the best financial advisor in your area. Okay. And now, second thing is this. Okay. Hold on a second. Let's look at one thing here. Okay. I have no idea what I meant by that. No. You ever done that? Man, that was a good point, probably, and I don't even know what I was talking about. That young worked on that. You know what the heck that is? You can't be more right. So some of you guys are going, okay, I can think it too. Okay. But the right, and so this is the deal, wanted to be the best financial advisor in the community because I didn't know anything. So it was important for me to get my skill set up and know what I was talking about. But at the same time, I wanted a business that I saw my brother had. He had, I don't know how many VPs at the time, but it was a lot. And I was like, that's what I want to do. But you know what I noticed? If I look back again, when Amy asked me, what worked for us? Well, relationship building, and we always brought in 1 to 2 a month. But the other part of that was, get this now, I rarely worked alone. Most of my VPs today will get in their vehicle, go drive somebody's house by themselves. I never did that. Mom, did I? Amy? That's my mom. That's Amy. Good. Call Amy mom. But we never worked alone. I see my VPs going everywhere by themselves. My brother taught me never work alone. I like people too, I want to pick you up and grab a burger on the way home, right? And so, but I'm gonna tell you that 32 years later, I got to tell you that's the most beneficial thing probably we ever did. Because I see a lot of VPs by themselves later, it's because they worked alone. I use that. You said, well, Mike, should I do a hot meeting? Should I get people to a hot meeting? How do I get people to take them on your dang appointment? Let them see you work. Man, let me tell you something. Hey, look, you want to cut through the chase? That was my hot meeting. he said, I got out meeting every week. No, I did 2 or 3 a day for 20 years. But guess what happened? The right people stuff. You know, and we're going to make 2 million a year, and 3 million a year, and 4 million a year. It's just going to continue to grow. But why? Because I'm still not working alone. 32 years later, if I go on an appointment, I got somebody watching me all the time. Very important. Okay. And I know the frustration there. I get it. Some people say, well, you know, I just don't want to deal with people right now. You know, I'm sure David Jill didn't want to deal with me and Amy a lot, right? Because we were difficult. You know, your little brother will tell you anything, right? And I did. You know, I voiced my opinion. They weren't right a lot of times, but he didn't throw the baby out with the bathwater, you know, and he kept pouring into me, and so thank God, changed my life, right? And so you got to really kind of figure out, you know, you want to be solo, build your own financial advisor firm. You can do that and make $1 million here. Okay, a lot of guys doing it, right? Y'all see it now? I mean, you see $1 million earners now every month or so that are just personal producers in Primerica. You know, you're about to see some people make some serious money with this mortgage business, y'all. It's going to be unreal. You wait till we get the senior health care going. I want to tell you, some of y'all are going to build a little branch office that's going to have 3 maybe people in there that are just doing senior health all year long. And they're going to make great money doing that with this new company that Primerica just bought. And so there's a whole nother avenue of opportunity coming, but you got to figure out, you're going to be solo, you're going to be an independent firm, little branch office that you're the vice president, be by yourself, totally fine. You make $1 million, $2 million a year. I think the record's about 2 now, independent guy like that by themselves, right? Or you're going to have a small team. Have y'all seen a real estate ad before in a magazine or a newspaper on a Sunday, maybe? And you open it up and it's like Coldwell Banker, and there's like 100 pictures on one page, and it shows the broker at the top. But then you turn it over another page, and the Century 21, it's a little small brokerage. There's the broker, it's got 2 agents. It's the same thing. The Century 21 person wanted 2 agents. What did the Coldwell Banker want? You got to figure out what you want. Isn't that cool? And it's a beautiful thing to just figure out what you want. No one else, we're not going to all look alike. Carve your piece of the pie, right? I will say this, don't take this out of context and think that you can do less to make more initially, but you can make a lot more with a lot less people these days. You really can, okay? Because our comp is so great in so many different areas. Whole other deal. It's in the deck. By the way, there's a video in front of POL, Primerica Online, that the CEO just finished compensation program for Primerica. Watch that. It's amazing. It's brand new. And you want to, Jim, like, man, so many questions about Primerica comp. I don't understand. Watch that video right there. You just got it out like in the last 30 days, 2 weeks. And so it's a really good video on comp. Again, it just kind of expands and it shows you how they paid us $28 million. Dave, I don't know what y'all's career is. Got to be, 40 million, something like that. Isn't that crazy? So the other part of that is solo, small team, or large team. It's a huge opportunity any route you take there. The route we took was we rarely worked alone, and we took the mindset. David said it's a mindset, and it really is. It's an attitude. We wanted team. You know, I was an old ball player. I like being around camaraderie. Old athletes really miss camaraderie when you get out of ball. So getting around other people was just a good thing for me. I think it's a healthy thing for me, and I love that. And I always took the mindset, I felt like I could empower somebody with a license, right? And again, my relationship was on top of it. It was the mortar that hold all this together, my relationship with folks. But I was wanting to empower people with a license, and I want to encourage people. I want to build them up. And we wanted to be a copy worth duplicating. You know, in other words, we wanted to live right. Not that we're perfect. We just wanted to. We watched Dave and Jill kind of go through life, and we just want to say, you know what, they helped us so much. We want to help people like that and be those encouragers and build people up. And we've tried to be consistently doing that, right? But you know what we always did consistently? There's some consistent things that we, looking back, that we did. Number one, we always involve partnership. It was just a partnership from day one. Amy Landrum is the reason our business is the way it is. I don't say it, the other reason it is. She, you know, she was my partner, but she was my best friend. She was my trusted business advisor. We were in this thing, man. We were both sacrificing so much, you know. We had 5 kids during the first 11 years, you know, and it was just a tough transition at times, but man, partnership made it work. Thank you so much for that. And, but also we involved our kids. Connor will tell you back there, you know, one of our kids here, and it's, you know, we involved our kids in everything. And so our kids grew up knowing Jared and Kim before they were married, right? And everybody else, you know? And so it's just real cool now to see my kids coming in, taking control of the business in Hattiesburg and running the office. It's just been real special these last few weeks, and we look forward to the future with that. But we did have those 1 to 2 new teammates for years. We did focus on district leader promotions. In other words, we brought that 1 or 2 people in, and then we would say, hey, look, this is what I did for years. I'm just going to say this, maybe it sticks with one of y'all or not. To keep the district leaders thing simple, this is what I did. I cut the recruit down from 3 to 2. Okay, 2 recruits. So in other words, what's your name? Sam. So Sam, you coming up? Sam, you ready to go to work with me? So Sam, let me ask something. You know, look, you know, I did y'all's program, got y'all's life insurance put in place, $100 a month, and you do $100 a month with your Roth IRA. And look, you ready to roll, right? So you told me you'd like to make an extra couple grand a month while you're, you know, transitioning, getting your license and all that. Man, that's that. You put me in front of 2 or 3 families a week, Sam. Not only are you going to learn what to do and be really good at this business, we're going to help some people. And you're gonna be compensated for that, okay? So let me tell you what we gotta do, Sam. You're gonna take your license the next 30 days, right? You told me you're gonna get ready to take your license the next 30 days. But look, if you put me in front of a couple of people a week to where we go out and get 2 personal associates to come in to work with you, and about 4 life outs, training outs, yours can count as one of those. So we got 2 by 4 life outs, 2 by 4. 2 by 4 was what? A board. It's a stud that built these walls. So I said, you know, I'm just gonna, stud. Okay, that's what I want, some studs. Hey, 2 by 4. And I just started using 2 by 4, and I started giving away recognition with 2 by 4 little trophies, little pieces of wood. And people loved it. You know why? We reduced it to the ridiculous and just said 2 by 4. And for years, that's what I promoted district leaders on. Isn't that interesting? I don't know if that helps anybody, but sometimes just simplify things. You don't have to be so rigid, but you know what I'm saying? Do something, get something that going and get a little rhythm in your business, get a little momentum in your business. And I just knew that if I could get Sam and people like the next guy next month go out and do 2 by 4, the next guy next month I probably get 2 by 4. Sam may not come back around, but the next guy would. And I just kept being in 1 a month, 2 by 4, 2 by 4, 2 by 4, 2 by 4, 20 years, 25. 30 million. Right? All right. Hey, the next thing is this, okay? So district leader promotions, 2 by 4. And the next point was this continued self-development. 32 years, I've done this in a good way sometimes, and I've really got slacked sometimes. Just went through a real desert during the COVID thing. I got sick 2 years ago, had a weird, about 18 months after that, my wife was bitched and moaned for 18 months after that deal. And but I'm back, and I'm back to self-development. Self-development, your self-development is everything, especially the older you get in business, you've got to stay on it or you go backwards. And you know what? Next thing is this: we made money, we saved money, and we paid our taxes. I'm just going to tell you, man, you got to make money, but you got to save it. We never bought anything. Look, we saved our first 100 grand before we bought our first house. We saved 300 grand before we bought our bigger house, right? We've always saved money. We've always saved money. We've invested. Matter of fact, we had so much money going in drafts and our mutual funds, dollar cost averaging, and they say, what happened? Right? You got too much going on at one time, you know? And so, but we, you know, we were the poorest, most rich people we knew, right? Because we were saving so much, you know, and investing, you know, but man, it was the right thing to do. You know what? You know why I say that? We practiced what we were preaching. And so that testimony, that personal client testimony of ours, like, oh, this is what it did for us, right? This right here, right? Do it time in, time out, time in, time out, and you become bulletproof, right? And so that's what we did. That's what we did consistently. Y'all, other than that, how am I doing? Remember my time? Am I doing? Okay. All right. So hey, look, you know, other than that, you know, I got to tell you, it's just staying the course. And, you know, David said something on the front end. The second thing he said was, what would your life look like if you wanted to in the future pertaining to this business, you know, kind of what you call Jane. And I heard it said by a pastor years ago that, you know, as great it is to dream the dream when you stand in youth by the starry stream. But a greater thing is to fight life through and to see that dream is true. It's going to be a fight. There's a fight between you and what you want, okay? And I've noticed that not only in business, but I've noticed that, man, in every area of my life, there's a fight. And we have to pay extra attention sometimes to different areas of our life. But I'm going to tell you, as I look back at our 30 plus years here, see, I was going to be an NFL coach. When I left NFL, I loved it so much, and I just had those 3 knee surgeries, and I just got so sick of rehab and being around the facility and hurt. And I was like, you know, I'm getting out of here for a while, and I never went back. But I was going to be, that was my goal, to be a head coach in the NFL. I look at that life, and sure, they make great money, but I saw that life, and I didn't want that life after I got here. You know, I saw those guys, you know, it's a tough thing. Don't miss the fullness of Primerica. Okay, the financial business is a piece of this, but it's not the biggest part of it. The biggest part of it is what it's done for me as a guy coming out of NFL, needing a new environment to grow in, be accountable in. You know, for me and my wife to be in a business where we've been mentored in our marriage by some of the greatest people on this earth. Y'all seen a lot of these people in America. I mean, these are our marriage helpers and parenting helpers and business help. I mean, it's just been such an amazing environment. The environment here, don't miss that. Because let me tell you, you're going to have kids and their kids, your grandkids. I can already see Landrum, our oldest grandkid. I can already see her working in Primerica. So weirdest thing, she's only almost 7, right? But she's just like Julia Lake, just like her mom, who's taken over the office, you know, while she's in nurse practitioner school with 5 kids. Anyway, got a little bit on her plate, but I can see it happening. And I want to leave you with this, and it's an observation that I just recently have been thinking a lot about, because y'all know this book that came out on Mom and Dad, When Evil Lived in Laurel. By the way, it just got put up for an Edgar Allan Poe Award, top true crime fact book in America, top 10 finalists. We'll know on April 28th in New York if Curtis Wilkie gets the nod on that. But it's an NPR favorite book for last year, one of their favorite books. So it's really getting amazing traction, something we are excited about, because it tells a story, a great story about several people in that book, including our dad. But there's 2 gentlemen that have come out during this research the last 5 years in my life that I think relate to Primerica. And there's 2 Black gentlemen in Mississippi, 2 of the greatest civil rights activists in Mississippi. One was Aaron Henry. Aaron Henry's from Clarksdale. He was a pharmacist. I know Aaron Henry. Anybody know Aaron Henry? He was the NAACP president, state president. He was a very wealthy pharmacist in Clarksdale, very wealthy businessman. So he owned his own business in Clarksdale, okay? But also, there was another guy down south near us, Vernon Damer, okay, who is a central character in the book with our dad. And guess what he did? He was a business owner. He was financially independent as well. And during the civil rights movement, you know, that was important because these guys were registering African Americans to vote, and the powers to be, the segregationists, didn't want that to happen. But guess why they couldn't do anything about it, the segregationists? Because those guys were financially independent on their own. Well, think about this, okay? And so these two gentlemen were financially independent, but guess what else they were doing? Aaron Henry was over in Clarksville mentoring, leadership developing all those people around. Even Curtis Wilkie, the white author from Ole Miss, took his first job at the Clarksdale restaurant. Who wrote the book, by the way? Went back to Clarksdale. Guess who mentored him? A black man, a 22-year-old white guy from Ole Miss, and then mentored by Aaron Henry every day in his pharmacy. And then so when Martin Luther King would come through, or Willie Mays, or any of the big, you know, John Lewis, any of those guys came through, guess who they came through? Wilkie was sitting down there talking to him. Because his black friend, who was mentoring him, right? So guess what Vernon Damon was doing on us? He was mentoring and leadership developing freedom riders. My point in telling you that little story is this. There's a pastor on the top of Chicago building right now, Corey Brooks. Y'all heard him? Anybody seen him? Look it up, Corey Brooks. Just look at his messaging. He's been on the top of a building in Chicago for 100 days, protest or trying to bring awareness to crime. And so he's been up there like 80 days. But listen to his messaging. You know what he's telling you? He's telling us, and he's right, because it's what these guys were doing. You got to have two things in our communities. You got to get business ownership going on for the communities. And you have business ownership, but you've also got to have the other piece of it, right? So you got business ownership, got my point, and leadership development, mentoring. And so it's mentoring and ownership. Think about Primerica. What do? I mean, think about if half this room went out and built a business that they owned, and you did a little more mentoring and leadership development in your community, right, than you normally would have. Maybe been an employee, be an employee as well. But my point is, think about how great our country can be if we have more of that going on in all our communities throughout this country. That's why I've always said, you've heard me say it for years, America needs more of Primerica. It's just a good environment for our country, for our families, and for our communities and where it starts. And guess who that is? That's me and you. That's me and you, right? That's what we bring to the table. So, hey, as I leave you here, I just want to tell you that thank y'all for making a winning decision to be here. Let the whole day play out. You'll probably have a couple of things come up that you need to write down. Don't think you got to change a whole lot. Look for that one or two little tweaks today that could change everything. I appreciate your time this morning.
Mike, that was incredible. And by the way, the coffee's back there. We're going to take a break after Amy, okay? If you just got to have a little caffeine, or some of y'all have probably gotten addicted to my decaffeinated by now. It's probably all going on, actually. I share, okay? Hey, but listen, hey, Mike, that was incredible. And guys, let me tell you, again, let today, I agree with Mike, let today play out. I promise you, right? It'll definitely be worth the price of admission, right? You being here, which is nothing, right? So it's at least gonna be that good, right? But and I know you made a big commitment to be here. Some of y'all changed your plans, got hotels, all that stuff. Hey, but listen, a couple of things that jumped out at me that Mike said. First of all, self-government. Self-government, man. That entrepreneurship, you gotta self-govern as to, you gotta be your own toughest boss, right? Either you're gonna be tough on you, or the Lord's gonna have to put somebody over you to be tough on you. Called a boss, a job, job, right? And I just realized years ago, I said, man, I do not want, I don't want to run that road. As a matter of fact, our dad, even though he worked for the state, but he had that seed of an entrepreneur. He was always doing stuff on the side. I mean, he didn't really have the vehicles and all that stuff that we have like here. But anyway, man, I mean, I told Jill this week, I said, man, we were growing up, we were always, I can't even tell you how many lemonade stands we had, right? And we did it on Highway 15 South. The traffic was 60 miles an hour. And anyway, we'd be out there, and or like one time we went and shot mistletoe out of the trees, and we went door to door trying to sell it in downtown Dallas. You're talking about rejection, right? Oh man, it's a disaster. But anyway, so self-government. Okay. What Mike said, hey, I do two things. I help give people a clear financial picture of their finances. And also we're looking for leadership. We're looking to open more branch offices, right? So I'm in, hey, present the Primerica buffet. It's just unfreaking believable to me that you've got the opportunity and then the services we offer, and how a lot of times we just go in and do the transaction and we're gone. What the hell? I mean, understand here, it's like people say, well, what if people don't, it's hard to recruit. I don't even understand that, right? Because the thing about it is, if Don Lindsay, the guy that recruited me, if he'd have just made the transaction, I bought the term insurance from him, okay? But he'd have spent the money, and then I'd have been, that would have been it, right? I would be a client, and that's it. But by him offering me the opportunity, thank the Lord that he did that, right? And because not only changed I was looking for a vehicle, and I knew mistletoe wasn't it, or lemonade stand, right? And all that. I didn't have any options. We had no inheritance other than what mom and dad gave us from the raising standpoint of what they put inside of you. Okay. And so, anyway, also Mike, never work alone. Great thing. Hey, streams of income. You got to build streams of income, and you do that here. Every time we diversify into something else, it's another stream of income. So you can be with one vehicle, master this, and build multiple streams of income, and not have to juggle all those different balls of owning 5 different companies. Believe me, that is not the way to go, right? And then what Mike said, save money and increase gradually. Start saving 1,000 a month, 500 a month, whatever. And then every quarter increase to 250, right? And all those things. Hey, listen, one last thing, and just to add to what Mike said, on the RVP, on your, in your folder or whatever, are the promotion guidelines to RVP, okay? What I'd like for you to do, either while you're here or this weekend, is look at those promotion guidelines based on where you are. And I would like for you to write down out in the margin the date you're going to get each promotion, all the way to RVP, right? If you're a regional, then you only got that one day. Write a day, put it, and then go home and put it somewhere that you look at it every day. put on the bathroom mirror, refrigerator, right, whatever. You know, I had to walk by our little refrigerator every day when I walked in our cabin, when I joined the company. And first event, Art Williams said, okay, y'all write down, okay, when you gonna get your promotions? And I didn't understand the guidelines. I wasn't even in the company, and here I was saying, okay, I'm gonna be an RVP in 18 months, right? And June of 18 months later, I had it written down, or actually I did it 20 months was my goal, and I did it in 18. I'd never written down a goal in my life, okay? But that's important. Okay, the next thing is, people say, what do you gotta do to get to RVP? Well, the guidelines say, you know, you gotta have six district leaders. You need 6 direct people that are producing to you, right? That are doing business every month. They can be part-time, full-time, whatever, doesn't matter. But you need 6 of them, okay? I would say this, you need to get to 20 by 20 to go to RVP minimum, right? You know, the reason I say that, guys, it's gotta be big enough that you can't do it by yourself. I had to get, when Jim Hass was in my base shop, our base shop, I had to get to like 60 term outs a month, 3 months in a row. Well, you understand that, you know what kind of message that was for me? How am I gonna be 60 places at one time? They ain't gonna happen, right? There's no way I could do 60 term sales a month. So I knew I had to what? Recruit, train, motivate. I knew I had to do that. 20, at least 20 by 20, right? To go to RVP, you don't want to do it by yourself. I want you to have something when you get there. Does that make sense? A premature promotion causes disillusion. It causes excitement for a day. But then you go look in the mirror and you realize, crap, I ain't got nothing, right? I got to go start over. That is no fun, okay? So man, let's leave here and think, okay, write a date down and let's go get to 20 by 20. You need 6, you know, people that are out there hitting it, right? And then to do that, I mean, go get 30, whatever, okay? Go recruit 30. I mean, you don't want to go by yourself. Okay, now shifting gears, how to build a team. And man, this lady is amazing. And I saw them lock arms and decided, hey, we're going to go make this thing happen. And how to build a team. Amy, come on, Amy. Y'all give her a hand.
Well, good morning again, everyone. Before I get started, and I actually do have a topic, I asked Jill, what would you like me to speak on? And I said, I do better if you give me something specific, because I tend to ramble and I have so many ideas and things come to my head, memories, especially after coming behind Mike, and it just kind of brought back all those feelings of the past and the early days. And it's not something that you forget, because you never want to forget where you came from and how hard the struggle really was and what you learned through all the adversity. But then sometimes it is nice to just live in the now. And what I mean by that is the Primerica now, there's a price to pay to have the life that we have now, and to have the dreams that you have in your heart right now. There's going to be a price to pay. Freedom isn't free. That's what I always have heard, and it's so true. But Jill did give me a topic on how to build a business, just the real specifics on what it looked like in the early days when we were building our business. But before I get started, I want to especially thank Jill and David both, of course. But Jill, as a woman to woman, Mike mentioned when we came into business, I was 19 years old. Met Mike when I was 17, and we decided to get married and get in this business all within the same month. Got licensed and engaged. And I know most of you probably know our story, so I'm not going to get into that. But Jill literally took me under her wing and taught me how to be a wife, how to be a mother, how to pray over my children, how to pray for my husband. She taught me how to make a home. She taught me how to entertain. She taught me how to sell the dream and a vision, even when you felt like you were living a nightmare. So, Jill, I just want to tell you in front of everybody how much I love you and how much I appreciate you and all the sacrifices that you made. Because I know when I was going through all my crap, that's what I call it, it's just when it's your crap, it's just so big, it's just so bad, right? It's just so dramatic. And as you were coaching me and mentoring me and encouraging me and letting me cry on your shoulder, I know looking back now that you had your own crap that you were going through. Sorry to use, I just couldn't think of another word. Sorry, it's not very ladylike, but it's just like, we all have it. It's just life going on. It's distractions, it's children, it's marriage, it's, all the things that some of us are trying to do and all the different plates that we're trying to spin. And it just seems so overwhelming. And for me to, be able to pick up the phone and vent to Jill so that I didn't vent to my husband when he walked in the door in the evenings after working. And sometimes I was in bed asleep back then. Our schedules were, it was different back then. Like, that's when I asked Mike last night, so much is different, communication's different. Social media has changed everything. Cell phones, voicemail, Zoom, everything has changed so much about our business, but then there's so many things that are still just the same. And that's what I was going to talk to you about today, is the thing that I see that has stayed consistent, and that is the importance of building relationships for your business. It is, if you write down nothing more than this that I say today, remember this: people come to work with you. They don't really come to work with Primerica. Our company is awesome. Our products are awesome. Our system is the best. Our leadership is beyond belief. But people really are following you. And so that's the scary part and the huge responsibility that we all have to shoulder. We've got to look at ourselves in the mirror and say, would I follow me? And when we first came into business, we had to make a lot of changes, because if we wanted to build relationships with people and we wanted to raise a family here, we wanted to attract people that we wanted our children to be around, and we knew we were going to spend a lot of time with these people. So, you attract people like yourself. If you say, well, I can't get anybody to work, I can't get anybody to go to anything, nobody's consistent, they have a terrible reputation, they don't have any credibility, maybe you just gotta, do some improvements on yourself. And that's why Mike talked about self-improvement. We were big self-improvement freaks in the beginning. We were always reading something or going to a seminar or listening to, back then it was cassette tapes in your car, Kim and I laugh about that all the time. Like, what podcast are you listening to, or what CD we're always trying to get better. And yes, we have taken time off at times to maybe focus on other things that we felt like God was calling us to focus on at the time. But I still think we've got to always be growing, because you're either growing or dying. There's no standstill. And I've seen that. I've seen the good and bad in that. I've seen the good and bad in myself in that area. So I just want to encourage you to do that. But as far as maybe a little bit about what it looked like for us in the beginning, it wasn't pretty at all. It was, entertaining, pouring ourselves into people, building relationships, communicating with our team. That's what we did. Amongst all the other things that Mike went over, he mentioned, there was so much that he was doing, and I loved him so much, and I still do. I wanted to help. And so I would even just say, and again, every partnership looks different. Yours is not going to look just like ours, or David and Jill's, or anyone in the room. We're all different. We have different personalities, the dynamics, the family and kids, and everything is different. So in saying that I think is the most important reason why if you are married, and you don't have to, we say this over and over again, you don't have to be married to be successful in this business. But if you are married, it's important that you're both on the same page, because it is a sacrifice. And if you don't both have the same goals and dreams and the same vision. And he was always so awesome at recruiting me over and over again. He always would say, Amy, my partner, is my most important recruit. Because he knew when I got weary, when I got tired, and I got really tired sometimes, raising 5 kids and trying to hold the home front down. And also we were literally, there was a season, would you say Mike, maybe 8 or 10 years, where our home was like, it had like a swinging door. I mean, there were so many people on our team coming in and out. We would do like, we had Monday morning managers meeting, and then usually after that, we would have lunch, building relationships with people. And then we'd have our Tuesday night overview. That was an event. We were touching people, trying to communicate with people. And then we would do like a Friday night, maybe 2 couples come out for dinner, or maybe Sunday after church, we would have, and it wasn't always people in the business. Sometimes it was people that we had met, that we were drawn to them and they were drawn to us. And so we were like, let's just get together. And we didn't even talk about business. What happened was they ended up, getting along, or our kids were friends with their kids. And the relationship grew very organically. And then when the time came, they would ask us, now tell us about your business. And I think that's so important, that you build those relationships with people first before you just hit them with the business. Of course, there's always exceptions. Always. Sometimes you get a word, someone needs product we have, absolutely. But the real mortar between the bricks of this business is the relationships that you build away from the office. And that is the hard part, because you have to be very unselfish to do that. It's so much easier to say, nah, we don't want to have people over. We just want to go home and put our feet up and, take my bra off and turn the TV on, right? I mean, that's just how people are. That's how we all are, right? Yeah, I mean, we're like, I don't want to deal with people. We felt like that too at times. But we would bring each other back to, okay, we're going for the ring, right? Or we're going to walk across the stage at convention, right? Or, hey, we need 2 more VPs, like this year. We've got to promote them. What are we going to do? Well, you win in the common hours. David Landrum said that years ago, and that stuck with me. What are the common hours? Common hours are what you're doing when nobody else is looking, when nobody knows. Are you watching one of those stupid housewives shows on TV? Are you watching TV? You shouldn't even be watching TV at all, in my opinion. I mean, TV is just a waste of your time. All those channels, and I can't find a single thing to watch that makes me a better person. Seriously, maybe a couple pastors I'll watch, but I'm just being honest. There's nothing on there. And people are wasting their time on social media, watching other people live their pretend dream. They're not even real. Most of the stuff on Instagram is not even real, right? You can make your life look just so perfect. And people are wasting their time following these people and looking at all this when you could be changing your life. You can change your life here. And that's what today's about. It's not about the success that Mike and Amy have had, or David and Jill, or Kim and Jared. Some people have had tremendous success in this room and have, tremendous wealth. But this is about you. So my prayer this morning for you has been that you would have a defining moment today, because that's what happened when Mike said, the first 2 years were just like kind of hit or miss, and he's just trying to find himself, and I was trying to find myself, and it just was really ugly. But when you make that decision like he made after the first 2 years, and you have that defining moment, and I know commitment comes in layers. David Landrum has always said that too. David, I've listened to a lot of things that you've said over the years. Very wise people. I know that those of you that know them well know they're very wise. But commitment does come in layers, and that's okay. But it's events like this that, you dig deep and you say, okay, we can do this. And you speak it out loud, and then you speak it to each other. Because you can't keep that decision secret. If you don't have some accountability when you make a decision like that, it's like it just kind of, I don't know, it can undo itself by morning, they say. So when you have a partner and you come together and you say, okay, like Mike and I did after those first 2 years, this is what we're gonna do, and we're gonna run hard for 8 to 10 years. It's gonna look like we're fanatics. People are gonna judge us, because this is not a traditional business. From whatever background you're from, this is so different. This is so different. When David Landrum talked about this morning about having an ownership mentality, that means that you value your time even more than your money. And when I say that, people are like, what? What are you saying? I have a great example. Connor Landrum, standing back there, years ago, killed 3 deer in one day, which I think is probably, I don't know, in one shot. Like they ran across the field. You remember that, Connor? It was crazy. He's a great shot like his mom, but anyway. So, killed 3 deer. Well, we had something going on. We didn't have time to clean. Who's going to get out there and clean 3 deer, right? So called the processor, got him to come get them, and the guy told me, it's going to be $100 a deer. I'm like, great, take them, call me when the meat's ready. And one of your friends, remember that friend of yours? He laughed and thought, this is so off. Y'all don't know why I'm going with this story, but my point, he just thought that was ridiculous that I would pay $100 for somebody to clean a deer, $100. And let alone 300. But my point was, I didn't want to deal with that. I didn't want Connor dealing with that. My money, I had the money to do it. We had other things to do. And that's the point David's making about changing your oil or mowing your grass. You've got to know that your time is more important. You are more valuable than the mowing the grass. Does it mean you can't? Like David said, sure, if you want to go do that now. But I didn't understand that in the beginning. I was raised, my dad changed his own oil, and if you couldn't change your own oil in your car, you were either ignorant or ignorant. Lazy or ignorant. That's just how I was raised. So I had to change and learn and grow and become an owner type mentality. I had to change a lot of things, old thinking, the way I was raised, and some of us I'm still having to change some things. And the more I learn, the more I realize I don't know. Just like but I'm finally getting to a place in my life where I like who I am. And that's been a journey for me. And I know it's not over, but I'm very thankful for that. And I give God all the glory for that. But he's used this business. This business has been such a great tool of accountability to shape us and grow us. But back, I guess, to my point, which is building relationships is the most important thing, I think. Let me get some real specifics on some creative ways maybe to do that. We had 5 children, so we built our business around our family. We didn't build our family around our business. So I had to get super creative with how are we going to entertain all these people and, be a good mama and a good daddy. So we got very involved in our kids' activities at school, whether it was football, Mike was coaching, or if it was, youth group church, or teaching Sunday school, or volunteering, or going on those field trips. So whatever it is in your life that you feel like is really your main thing that kind of consumes your time, do it, but do it and build relationships within that as you go. And we made it a point, even me as a partner, and I was never licensed in the field, but every day Mike and I we would talk about the good things that we had going the previous day or whatever, and he would always challenge me as a partner to do something every single day to move my business. And sometimes that was to call a new partner and just encourage them, get to know them. Even if I, say someone new came in our base shop and I had no idea who they were, and Mike would give me a little bit of background. I would give them a call, tell them who I was, tell them I was looking forward to meeting them, just ask them a little bit about themselves, or if they had children, or where they were working. And then I'd say, let's go have lunch, or maybe let's meet early, or if you're coming to the overview, which back then we always did overviews, right? And I would help make them feel like they were a part, like ask them to, hey, do you mind picking up a 2-liter Coca-Cola? I don't have time to run by. it was silly, but it was just one thing. It kept them from backing out because they had already committed to bring something. And so it's like I tricked them, Josh. I tricked them into coming. But it worked. And so anytime I had something in my house, you know, it was just like, you know, come, and if they couldn't have a babysitter, I mean, I can't tell you the times we've had kids, just tons of kids. We'd either put them all up in the playroom or out in the backyard. I mean, I've rented slides and, you know, whatever, just whatever you could do. We did Easter celebrations. One time we hid 1,500 eggs in the front yard and 1,500 eggs in the backyard, and each one of them were plastic eggs with prizes or tickets to redeem a prize. And we had the real Easter Bunny walking around and praise and worship music just out all through all, you know, 7 acres. It was amazing. But friends came, family came. It wasn't necessarily a Primerica event. It was something for our children. But people would come and they would have such a great time, and they would meet people that were in the business with us. And then the next thing you know, they're wanting to sit down, they want to get licensed, they want to learn more about our business because they met so many people that were in the business. That's just kind of what we did. For years, we would do once a month, we did a reception. It was called date night. And we would have couples would come over, and it would be like a real date. You couldn't bring your kids that night. It was just, you come as a couple, and you get dressed up and you walk around and you visit with other couples in the business, or if you were single, bring a date. And it was just a mingling thing. Again, you see what I'm saying? It was those relationships that you build away from the business. I'm not saying that's why we've been successful, but I'm saying that was the fun part of the business. That helped me feel like I was a part of the business. It helped our children feel like they were a part of the business. If we had a fine dining experience at our house, my kids made the place cards and that's how I taught my girls to set the table. And that's how I taught my boys to handle answering the door and parking the cars. And, you know, it was just a way of life. And I think Primerica, sometimes, you know how, well, we do the same thing with God. Our church, we tend to want to put it in a box and just visit it on Sunday. It doesn't work like that, does it? No, it's something that's a part of you every day. And I think in a way, Primerica is like that. I feel like you can't just put it in a box and visit it when it's convenient for you. If you really want real freedom, if you want to be financially independent, I mean like stone cold wealthy, go on and roll your sleeves up and get the dirty work done first. That's what we did. You know, we should have came up for air sometimes. Did we look crazy? Yes. Did we have people say that we worked too much, that we didn't have any balance in our lives? Or, yeah, did we have people say crazy things like y'all are part of some pyramid? Or, yeah, we had all kinds. I had people ask me, do you really think your husband's working till 11 o'clock at night? I mean, I had family say some of the meanest things, like, why don't y'all go get a real job with real insurance and benefits, and your husband will be home at 5 o'clock in the evenings and not working so late. But you know what? We stayed to the course. We just stayed true. We kept looking at that vision, that dream of what we wanted our life to look like one day, the freedom that we wanted one day. We wanted it to look a certain way, and we just kept working and working until it happened. And then it happened. We were still working, and we just kind of look back and we're like, wow, this worked. This worked. It really worked. But I'm telling you, it can work for you too. But in saying all that, in a nutshell, again, people do not care what you know until they know that you care. So if you don't spend time with your people and you expect them to produce, shame on you. It doesn't take a lot of time to pick up the phone, send them an encouraging text or a call, take them for coffee, invite them over to your house, anything, invite them to church, invite them to a football game. You got stuff going on with your kids, invite them to come along with you. Whatever it is, you just kind of make it a lifestyle. And I promise you it'll pay off because you're not looking at them like a dollar bill. You're looking at them like another person. And you know what? I built relationships with people, women and men, in our business that left the business. Some of them we're still friends, we communicate, and some of them we don't. It's been really sad, but I never held back. I just knew that God was going to sort it all out, and if we would just keep planting the right seeds and praying for the soul to be right in their hearts, they would lead better people. And so if they came into the business and they were here for 2 months or 2 years or 20 years, it didn't really matter. It wasn't up to me. What was going to happen was going to happen. I couldn't get bitter about it, right? You don't want to get calloused. You just do the right thing and treat people the right way and give it your best. And your best will be different depending on if you're healthy or sick or if you're, up or down. And just do your best. Just do your best with people and treat people the way you want to be treated. I did not mention one single thing on my list of notes, but maybe I'll have a chance to talk to you again later. That's a lot of time.
Good morning, everybody, and congratulations on making a winning decision to be here. I mean, I've talked to some of you guys. Y'all came from like halfway across the country to get here, and that was still on too. And so that's great to make it to come to something like this, and especially if it's your first time coming to something like this, where you really don't know what you're getting yourself into. And so I just think that's awesome. That's a level of commitment that some of you guys made to be here. Jimmy coming from Russia, I mean, that's a pretty big commitment. So pretty impressed there. But Amy was talking about always asking people to bring stuff. I thought that was brilliant. And I just realized, that's why she always asked us to bring stuff. I just thought she didn't make grocery lists or something. And I was always forgetting stuff. But that's great. But I'm excited to be here and talk to you guys. And I've been in the business now 21 years. This August will be 22. Started in 2000. I was 23 at the time, and very, very green. And didn't know a lot about anything. Didn't know much about anything. Life, business, all that. And I'm so thankful for Mike and Amy, them having patience to let me kind of sit in the crock pot of Primerica in their office and kind of grow up in business for Kim and I both. And so we're just so thankful for them, and obviously for David and Jill, and we appreciate that. So here's my heart. Let me kind of tell you guys who I'm going to talk to today, because the premise of this weekend is for people that want to be RVPs to kind of come here and sharpen your sword and kind of get what you need to go on and go to that next level. And so that was kind of the people that were invited to this. Was that me that did that? That was awful. Do I need to move it up or down? He's got a pretty fancy board over there. He's tweaking it as I'm talking. So, but after 22 years, almost 21 and a half years, I'm just excited to talk to you guys. And so here's who I'm going to talk to today. The premise was you come to this, it's because you want to be an RVP. And so I'm not going to sugarcoat what I'm going to talk about, because if roles were reversed, if I was sitting in your seat and somebody was up here and they had a little bit of success, I would want them to shoot me straight. I would want them to, you ain't got to sing Kumbaya, you got to hug me, just tell me what I need to do, how to think, how to act, what I need to do to go to the next level. And that way I can kind of condense time frames. I think there's two ways to learn. You can learn through your own trials and errors and mistakes, or someone else's. And lucky for you guys, I've made just about every mistake you can make in this business. And so my heart is to help those of you that want to be vice presidents or even go beyond that, to do that and then condense it down in a time frame that's a lot faster than what Kim and I did. And I'm going to talk about what's up behind me here on the screen, what I think is one of the most important kind of building blocks parts of the business if you want to build a passive income here. Now, look, I know in this room, we got people that say, you know what, I'm just really not that interested in recruiting and building that way. I see guys making $1 million a year with securities. Look, I'm not anti-securities. My base shop, I've got some beasts in this room. We do over $1 million a month in securities in my base shop every month. So, hey, if that's your thing and you want to do that, I think that's great. Today's company is different than it was 20 years ago. You got there with your pen and make $1 million a year with securities. But the ones I'm going to talk to you today are the ones that probably more than likely want to have a balanced business. You don't want to just do that. You also want to build a passive income so that you don't have to keep doing it. So that you don't have to, if something happens, you get sick, your family gets sick, that you can be there for them and still have that real high level of income. So do you want me to switch, or are we good on this one? Okay, we'll take a vote in 5 minutes, and so you guys can tell me what you want to do. But here's also my heart. My heart is I want to be an impact player for my family, for my community, for my team. I don't want to get, financially independent, which is where Kim and I are now, and then coast. I've heard David and Jill talk about it since I was in the business, that a life of purpose and passion is so much better than a life of luxury and leisure. And I truly believe that. I believe every one of us in here also has these God-given desires that God puts in our hearts, things that we want to do. And I don't know what y'all's are, but like Kim and I, we want to support financially, like international missions. A lot of kids out there, even in this area, need to be adopted, that need good homes. It's expensive a lot of times to do that. We want to be able to support that in a much bigger scale than we are. Whatever those things are in your heart, this is a tool, this is a platform, I think, to be able to do that. And I think that God will get to us what he can get through us. I was teaching out in Pearl, Mississippi, not too far from here. I think it was last year. I was helping the pastor. He asked me to come in and teach a little series on personal finance, and he taught 3 sermons and had me come on the last Sunday, and he drilled me with questions during the actual sermon, and I just answered questions on personal finance. So anyway, I attended the first 3, and one of the things he said, you know what, the way we're built, the way God designed us, is we're not a reservoir for us to keep accumulating to an extent that's not healthy. He said we were really built to be a channel. And I think that Primerica for us, for Kim and I especially, this is not our purpose. This is our platform. This is just a funding vehicle to do that stuff that God puts on our heart. And so, I'm so glad that we're here. And I almost think it's a disservice for some people, like what I did. I'm not putting this on Kim, but I did my first 10 years. I mean, I came in and we got to RVP in about 2 years, and we were making around 50 that year. And then it went up every year. We got to 100 a year. And in Mississippi, I mean, we had no kids, young in our 20s at that time, and early 30s, making 6 figures, 15, 20,000 a month, a lot of months. And we threw a chicken on the grill. I mean, we were on our ski boat 6 days a week, and I was hunting 6 days a week during deer season. I mean, I was probably working a legit 10 hours a week. And 10 years in, that's when we really decided, you know what? I don't know if we're really honoring God, because I think in our business, if you can make 200 and you don't, because you're goofing off, or if you can make 300, if that's your God-given ability, talent, the opportunity, the market you're in, and you don't, how many people are not getting help that could have gotten help had you gone for it for a little bit longer, had you gotten uncomfortable and done a little bit more? And so that was about 2010 when we made that decision to really go to work and try to build a big business, a legit business, and really got into what they've been teaching us, Mike and Amy, from day one. What David and Jill have been teaching us from day one is recruit and build a team. We had not done that. We did enough to get to RVP, but we never double-digit recruited for a year in my first 10 years, other than to get to RVP. I was a financial advisor. And again, nothing against that. Today as a company, you can do that and make a bunch of money, but we wanted to be an impact player. And so that's our heart today in Proverbs 13:22. David said I could preach a little because it's a chapter, right? It says, a good man leaves an inheritance for his children's children. I think people misunderstand that sometimes. They think that's just about wealth. And I think that can even be dangerous sometimes. I mean, if God forbid, 18-year-old version of me gets $1 million or even $50,000, that would not have been healthy, right? So I think that can be a bad thing if we just try to accumulate and pass it down to the next generation if they don't have a steady hand rather, because that can be dangerous. I think what that verse really speaks to is passing on things like godly character, a great passion. I mean, how cool would it be to have our kids, we have a 9, a 7, and 5-year-old right now, to grow up in our family with this entrepreneurial spirit. And they love the idea of down the road owning a business. I think that's the inheritance that we should pass on. I think thinking generationally is huge. I think that is biblical. So how cool would it be if we pass along stuff that they're going to be wealthy, but not because we leave them $5 million. It's because we teach them to think the right way. We teach them to have the right attitudes. I think leaving them a little bit, maybe once they have a steady hand, is okay. But I think that's different for every one of them. So one of the things we're going to do as they get older is we're going to set up a trust that there's going to be defined things that they have to hit before they get those funds. Again, because I think that can mess people up by giving them too much too early when they're not ready for it. And so our heart is to give them the things that if they grow up in an entrepreneurial spirit family, and they grow up with godly character, and they grow up with the right kind of godly ambition, then they go out there. Are they going to have a problem making money? No. Are they going to have a problem being hugely successful if we let them zero? No. because they're going to have all the foundational stuff. And so again, I just like to tell you my heart on the front end so you kind of know where I'm going to go with this, or why I'm going to go with this, because my heart is to help you not let things hold you up that held me up. Because I grew up in a Southern Baptist church on the other side of the reservoir, and they taught us that money was evil. And they didn't say money was evil. They said the love of money was evil, but the way they taught it was money is evil. And it almost held me back mentally early on. It was like, I wanted to make a high income, but then I felt bad about making a high income because it's probably going to turn me into this evil person. What I found is the Bible does not say money is evil. Money is a tool. It's amoral. It's like a brick. If I had a brick up here, I could go build an orphanage with it, or I could go throw it through somebody's car. It's a tool. And so I think good people do good stuff with it. Bad people do bad stuff. But if you are solid, that God, that he like grew us up in the business to the point where we could hold it, have a steady hand before we made six figures, because we were not doing the stuff that we teach that I heard growing up. We weren't biblically tithing. We weren't saving. We weren't paying down debt. None of that stuff. I'm so glad he grew us up before because again, some people come in the company, they make 100,000, 200,000 the first year. And I think back, like Kim may disagree with me. I don't think she does. But if we would have made that our first or second year, I don't think that would have been good for us. That'd have been bad for us. And so for some of you in here, you have all the talent, all the skills. I love how David says it. It's like a dial. You've got 6 of the 7 dials on a lock dialed in. And there's just one little thing you got to adjust in your business. And that lock's going to pop open and your business is going to explode. And what's been happening, maybe even up until today, is God's been steadying your hand, getting you ready to fill your cup. And so I'm excited about that. And excited about maybe being able to help 1 or 2 or 5 of you make that last kind of lock adjustment so your lock pops up. And so here's where I'm going to start on my clicker here. So I got a question for you. Bottle of water right here. Here's my kind of first question. How much does this weigh? Like, what is the weight of that bottle? Now, some of y'all have it sitting on your table so you can cheat. But most people would look at it and they look at the little bottle and they would say, well, if it's full, it's 20 ounces, right? And so the actual absolute weight of it, though, doesn't matter. Because if I hold this bottle and I walk over here and sit it on the chair, or I pick up and take a drink out of it, or even hold it for a couple of minutes, the weight doesn't make that big of a difference. But how long do you think I could hold it like this, like as far as minutes or hours, before my arms started getting tired? How long do you think it would be? Some of you are like, yeah, you don't look that strong, so 5 minutes. After 30 minutes, maybe an hour, I don't know, I've never done it. But if I did that, that bottle would start getting pretty daggone heavy, wouldn't it? What if I tried to hold it for like a day? You think anybody here could hold it like out like this for a day? Or it would get so heavy that eventually the muscles in your arm, eventually you would drop it. Agree or disagree? And you would probably be exhausted from a 20-ounce water bottle. Well, here's where I'm going with that. The bottle represents the stress, the anxiety. A lot of us in here carry around every day. The stuff in this business, the negative things that happen, we carry that weight around. Instead of thinking about it and moving on, we pick it up, right, as future RVPs, as districts, as divisions that haven't developed the mental strength sometimes like I hadn't, and we hold it all day and it exhausts us. And every one of us has a certain amount of mental energy. And like early on when I started, I'm an introverted person by nature. Just, I could go, sometimes I do this a couple times a year, I'll go hiking off in the woods by myself for a week just to refill my battery. I love people, but I don't get energized being in groups of people. I get energized just being all by myself. And that's just how introverted people are. That's just how God built me. And so early on in this business, setting an appointment, like my first appointment, that sapped 50% of my mental energy for that day. I was exhausted, right? And I wasn't physically exhausted, but I was like breathing hard and sweating. It's like, oh. Some of you guys, if you're newer in the business, you haven't done a lot, some things still mentally exhaust you. You'll go do an appointment that for me, being here as long as I have done as much, like I can go all day long. I can have mentally challenging stuff all day long, and I got tons of energy at the end of the day. I've developed this mental strength. A lot of the RVPs in this room, they are beasts mentally, but you get exhausted and you're like, oh my God, I did 2 appointments today. And you're just like dragging into the house exhausted. because you have to develop that strength in. And so what you've got to do, especially if you're going to build a business and go RVP, you've got to develop the mentals. You've got to get your thinking right, your attitude right, so that you know how to react so that it doesn't wear you out. And early on, look, I had a conversation with one of the regional leaders that's going for senior regional a couple of weeks ago, and we talked about this. They're about to go on this 90-day run. I talked about you're going to be exhausted. Like the first week, maybe 2 weeks of going from doing like 1 or 2 appointments to doing 8 a week, the amount of energy it's going to take, you're going to feel like, oh my God, there's no way I can keep this up for 90 days. There's just no way. But after about 2 weeks, those muscles start developing. Just like when you work out for the first time, you get worked out in six months. Do you feel like all great the next day? Or are you like, oh my God, you're sore, like you hurt? That's how your energy is going to be. And so you got to be okay with that. You got to expect the uncomfortable, expect the discomfort, expect the energy drain, because it is a muscle and it will build up. And so that absolute weight doesn't matter, but don't carry negatives around. You got to let that stuff just, if something happens to you that's not good, somebody doesn't show up, chargeback happens, you got to let that stuff go so that it doesn't drain you. So you have the energy to put into your family, into your team, into setting appointments, and get rid of the worries, get rid of the stresses, give them to God, let him handle that stuff. And I'm telling you, it makes life so much easier. And it's so much more energizing for you and those around you. And so let's talk about recruiting now. Let's get into this. And I think one of the biggest things that makes people good recruiters is their belief. It's this core beliefs that they have. See, great recruiters believe in what we do. And so one of the core beliefs that I have, I think you've got to have this if you're going to be big here, is you've got to believe what we do is good for people. You've got to believe in your heart this is not some financial thing that I'm making money with. Like, we are changing lives. We are getting people financially independent. We're helping them get debt free. We're protecting them. In the Bible, it says we're supposed to take care of widows and orphans. We are doing that. Like, this stuff matters. And when that gets in your heart, when you go on a few appointments, a new person that moves from their head to their heart, that's huge. I think to be a good recruiter, you got to believe what we do is good. If you're just here for the money, I think it's going to be hard for you to build this business. If you're just here for the money, it's going to be hard for you to build a team, because it's hard to build into people and pour into people if you don't genuinely believe it's good for them. Here's another core belief. I believe most people out there need better opportunities in their life. I mean, if you look at most people, they can't put their hands on $500 if an emergency comes up. If you look at most people out there, do you think they like their jobs or don't like their jobs? They don't. They're doing it because it's paying the bills and it's giving them food to eat. But that's not, they don't get up in the morning going, I'm so excited about my job. This is going to be great today. No, what they do is they get up and they're drinking 5 cups of coffee, and they're like, there's no excitement in them. They're going to their time. You're all like, that's me right now. Right? That's okay. We'll get you out of that. But they're doing it because that's just what they're doing. They don't love what they do. Guys, I get up in the morning excited. Like, I'm brainwashing my kids too. I ask my kids, you can ask Kim this, like, y'all know what today's going to be? And every one of them's like, it's going to be a great day, right? I'm brainwashing them. A lot of us think brainwashing is bad. Some of y'all need some brainwashing, right? Some of our kids need some brainwashing to get our attitudes right. So I believe that most people need more opportunity. You got to believe, I think, that $1,000 a month part-time is life-changing for most people in America right now. That part-time income, $1,000 a month, some of you guys have made so much income for so long that doesn't seem like it's that much. That is a game changer. When you start believing things like that, then that exudes out of you. And that is very attractive. People want to come to work. Think about the alternative. What if you're going into these conversations thinking the last 3 people I recruited didn't do it? I'm not making money right now because I haven't been doing what I need to do. So they're probably not going to. I had a hard time with that license, so they're probably going to. They probably wouldn't be interested because they already have a good job. And you start going down this list of things why it wouldn't work versus someone that walks in that has this belief in them that's exuding out of them. This is an incredible opportunity. People need this. This person probably statistically needs what we do right now. You understand the difference between people that recruit and don't? You're starting to see that a little bit. It's not even the words you're using, it's the belief. That's where it starts. Here's another one. You can go faster alone. Look, this is a truth today more than it's ever been in Primerica, at least since I've been here. You want to go out there and get big, quick income-wise? And we have so many financial products and we have so many just competitive things in the marketplace that you could get to 100 by yourself probably faster than with a team. But guys, you can go so much further. It's so much rewarding if you do both. If you get good at the stuff, so you become a good coach and you bring people with you, you don't do the appointments by yourself. It's already been said today. You just invite people and bring them with you. Invite people, here's what's going to happen. You bring people, guys, there's no rule in Primerica that says you can't bring somebody that hasn't done an IBA. Let's say Austin's my buddy and he's hesitant about the business. Hey, Austin, what you doing tomorrow night at 6? I got this appointment. Just come see what I do. I can think of several people in Mike Landrum's business that he recruited that way. They had not done an IBA. He said, just ride with me, see what I do. What's the worst thing that happened? Austin sit there and say, okay, that's great, I'm not interested. But a lot of times what happens is they'll say, that's it? And I'll show them, yeah, this is how much I just made. They're like, what? There's no rule that says you can't bring people with you. So I 100% in alignment, don't work alone. Bring people with you. A new recruit, if you don't have that, somebody hasn't done their IBA, just ride with me, see what I do. And I believe this part of my core philosophy of my business is I believe that you find leaders, you don't create them. And it took me about 5 years to learn this one. See, early on, I would get a person and I would think if I had the right system, I'm a recovering analytic. I'm stupid analytical. I can sit and do Excel sheets and crack nerd stuff all day. And what I did my first 5 years is I would try to create the perfect system that if I got somebody in, I could take them and turn them into a freaking stud. And see, the stud stuff doesn't come from the list and the checklist and all that. It comes from the heart. Art Williams said it, there never has been a test, never will be, that can measure the heart of a winner. And so when somebody comes in, guys, unfortunately, most people aren't eagles. Most people just are kind of coasting through life, hoping that things work out. Guys, everybody needs hope, but hope is not a good strategy, right? Not for success, not for separating yourself from the masses. And so I was trying to take turkeys and play God and turn them into eagles. And when I started learning to look for the signs of eagles, to throw them a jersey, because I can't judge them, but when they come in, there's some telltale signs of eagles. And then I started spending my time with the right people, everything changed. My time changed, my results changed, my attitude changed, everything changed. So I'm not trying to make a turkey be an eagle anymore. I'm trying to find it. Now, this was huge for me. Amy talked about this, of that who you are is a huge part of who comes in your business. And that question that Amy said, this has stuck with me since I heard it way back when, is would you follow you? Oh my God, that was huge for me. Would you follow you? So now I look at my life and I'm like, no, I wouldn't. It's so many points in my business. And then here's how I get reminded of that. Even 5 years ago, 8 years ago, I would do an appointment with somebody. And I could tell they were really sharp and I had not developed enough. And I knew had I been developing this whole time, I would have been able to recruit that person. But they didn't come to my business because of this, or this. And that's my fault. And that was on me. And that just burned my butt that I could have done it, but I didn't do it because I hadn't developed. And so there's some biblical leaders that I strive to be like. I can think of a few that I'm going to show you today. See, I want to be a leader like Noah. Everybody was corrupt except Noah. Now let's think about this. God told him to build an ark. So do you think his family and his friends lined up on both sides of the street and said, that's a really great idea, Noah, build an ark. We're going to cheer you on. Do you think they did that? Or did you think they probably said, you're crazy? What are you doing? That's stupid. You're wasting all this time, all these resources, and everybody was corrupt. You come in this business, you know in your heart this is good. I wish I could tell you guys that people are going to line up on both sides of the street and clap for you and tell you you can do it. They're going to tell you you're crazy until they don't. See, my mom, I love her to death. My dad, early on, they would say things like, you're going to do what? Finance was your worst class at Southern Miss. You made a C in there barely. Like, are you crazy? They're telling you you can own a business, Jared. You're 23 years old. There's no way you can do that. People don't make 6 figures in those businesses. I've never even heard of that company. What, Prime America? Is that what it is? I never even heard of that. And so luckily, I'm not one of these people that just blows with the wind, right? So many people, it's like their mom or dad doesn't even know anything about it, hasn't heard of the company or the other 50,000 companies that are out there they hadn't heard of. But they tell them one thing and they're gone, and they don't have their feet in clay. They aren't planted. They aren't solid. I'm so thankful. I don't know if it's stubborn. I don't really know what it is, but I just had my flag planted. And when people gave me a hard time, I said, one day they'll understand. Now those same people, all of them are clients. All of them are saying things like, you're the rock of the family. And they call me up and ask me advice on crap that I don't even know. It's like, what kind of dishwasher do you think we should buy? I don't know. It's like, when you have some success, they think you know, like this huge, like, I don't know, ask me about finances. I can help you with that. But those people that are your critics, they become your cheerleaders. You just got to be strong enough early on. I'm not saying be mean to them, but I just stopped having conversations. If I'm sitting at the table and that conversation goes south, I'll just dismiss myself from the conversation. So that's how I shielded myself. I just didn't get in conversations with people that weren't healthy for me where I was, because I knew where I was going. So I want to be a leader like that. Here's another one I want to do. I want to be a leader like Abraham. I mean, think about this. God told him to leave his country, out of his comfort zone, go to a whole new place. He's like, sure, I want to be able to embrace that unknown like that. I mean, we know what's going to happen. He's going to the promised land. He knew the truth, but man, how cool would that be? I want to be a leader like Joseph. Like, think about a tough life. Get sold into slavery. Your dad thinks you got killed by a wild animal. You got framed by your boss's wife. You get overlooked. And then a few years later, because you endured in spite of the circumstances, now you're in charge of Egypt, like second to Pharaoh. That was it. That's a leader. I want to be a leader like Joshua. Leads by example. This was a really cool, this was a wow one for me. He led his people in a new land, and listen to this. He gave his people two options. He said, you can serve God, or you can serve like little g gods, but for me and my family, and then what's the rest of it? That's right. He didn't try to threaten them. He didn't command them. He didn't manage them. What did he do? He inspired them. How much does that relate to our business? You can come with me. You can go that way. You can keep your job. But here's where I'm going. That's what people need. They don't need managers. They need you to lead them. They need to be inspired. Right? We need a leader like David Landrum, but also David from the Bible, that isn't afraid of giants. Everyone in here has different giants. So what are your giants? Is it the securities exam? Is it setting an appointment? Is it leading people? Is it throwing your hat over the fence and telling people what you're going to do? Is it pride? What is the thing? Is it some false beliefs that you have that where you come from, I couldn't do what they've done? Is it I'm introverted? Is it I'm not a good fill in the blank? What is your giant? Everybody's got them, right? We know the story of David in the Bible. I want to be a leader like Isaiah. So what did he do? God asked, he said, who should I send as a prophet? He didn't blink. Here I am, send me. Right? How cool is that? That was another wow moment for me when I read that. I was like, wow, golly, like I'd at least be in the back thinking about it, right? I wouldn't jump right in. Even now, as the leader that I feel I am now, I'm still going to sit back, evaluate, take some notes, sleep on it, right? Here's what leaders do, though. They hesitate less. Here's what leaders do. They step up when something needs to be done. Hey, you know what? In my family, I need a leader. There needs to be a leader that steps up. In my base shop, my RVP's killing it, but I need to step up. That's what leaders do. They don't wait. They do it now. They make decisions, right? In the military, I'm not a military guy, so some of you military guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but in the military, I think they teach you a decision is better than a wrong decision, or rather no decision, because people being indecisive in business can kill you. You make a decision and you clean it up later, right? And they shun inaction. I want to be a leader like that. Here's another leader I want to be like, John the Baptist. He was baptizing and preaching, and a group of these just self-righteous officials came up. He called them suckers out, brood of vipers. Like, don't go, like, maybe we should do this. I don't know, maybe you'll tell me, like, don't go call a cash value insurance agent like you freaking viper. But like in our heads, if you're in my business and you leave it to go work at State Farm or Northwest Mutual, we ain't gonna be friends anymore. Like, you go somewhere, other companies, you don't want to do this, you go get a job, cool. But you go somewhere that is hurting people, somewhere that's not good, You got to be able to call it what it is. And if you're okay being friends with people that do that kind of stuff to people, golly, I don't know. It's going to be tough to lead people. You've got to have a backbone, right? I love the next leader right here. This was a big one for me too, Peter. Like y'all know what happened with him, right? He denied Jesus 3 times, which is kind of silly to me because like he was told ahead of time, right? It's like, and then it wasn't like 2 months ahead of time, right? And then it happened, and he wept. I mean, after it happened. But check this out. That's not even the story that most people know. Like 3 or 4 days later, he picked himself up and he spoke to a crowd of thousands about what happened. So did he stay and wallow in pity, or did he pick himself up and get back on his horse? What did he do? And that's the key part. It's not that he made the mistake. It's that he pulled his bootstraps up and got back on the horse and ran again. That's huge. How many of you guys in here, like me, have had a month where you set a goal and you knew you were going to hit it and you missed it? How many of you in here have set a goal to go RVP in the past and you weren't even close when the date got here and then you realized it? How many of you in here have set a goal to do something even small and you didn't hit it? How did you react? Because I didn't react the right way early on. That was tough. See, the leaders in here, they set goals and they miss them, but they react the right way. They ask the questions of, okay, what can I do to change what I did to not hit my goal? They don't sit in the self-pity. They may cry a little bit in the fetal position for a day, but like they pick themselves back up and they keep going. That's the kind of leader that I want to be. Here's another one, Paul, being passionate. That's huge. There's so many people that are passionate today for the wrong stuff. They're passionate about being divisive and passionate about politics when they're not even in politics and all this junk out there. I'm not saying these causes aren't important, but how about being passionate about getting your family free? How about being passionate about helping your team get free, right? He persecuted Christians, but then Acts 9, Jesus changed him. Then he traveled over the entire known world at the time. Like, that's passion. Here's one more leader, then I'm going to stop preaching. I'm going to teach you some other stuff in a minute. How about being a leader like Jesus that serves others, right? John 13, I think that's the best example I can think of. He washed the disciples' feet. Man, talk about humbling, right? And golly, that would be tough for me. You know, I don't know if I have that humility. It wasn't about the feet. It was about his example. So when she talks about, would I follow me, that hits home. What if we became leaders like that, that served others, that had passion, that believed in what we did, that stood up for what was right? How many more recruits would we get if we strive to be that kind of leader? I don't think there's any limit on what this room could do if we strive to grow like that. Here's another thing, and we're going to move along. I promise I won't preach too much more. Here's another thing. I think you need to pray about this, though. Not right now, not right here. I think you need to know that you're supposed to be here. I love how Mike Sharp, when he's talking, as I was growing up in the business, that's one of the things that he would say first when he was giving us 3 or 4 points. He would say, look, at some point, if you're going to do this, you got to get off by yourself and you got to pray about this. You got to know you're supposed to be here, because if you don't, if you're on the fence, the little things will make you reevaluate whether you're supposed to be here. Your resolve is not decided. You do not have a decided heart. I think this is huge. And so that's just, I think early on, I could not have verbalized that I had a decided heart. I think I'm just stubborn. Like when I decide to do something, it may take me twice as long as you, but I will not quit. If I decide to go up that mountain, you will find me frozen to death going that way, right? Because I'm just going to keep going. I think that is a trait of winners. I think that is a trait of successful people, but you got to get your heart right on this, because otherwise, when you fail a test, I think everybody needs to fail a test once, just so you can be relatable. When that person comes to work with you that you think is going to be your first stud, and then they quit before the ink is dry on their IBA, when that chargeback happens, when your month is going perfect and you're about to get your promotion and then you miss it, whatever the thing is, right? If you think that you're not supposed to be here, if you don't have that decided, you will reevaluate. You will pull back. You will hit the brakes. You may not quit. But guys, let's be honest here. I'm going to be transparent. There are people in our offices, probably not in this room, that have quit but haven't canceled their license. They're still here, but they absolutely have given up on what their original goals were. They have settled and they have rationalized and they are coasting and they have quit. Now, the cool thing about that is you can turn that back on. You can recommit, they can get back in, but those people are dangerous, so watch out. And so what a great place to be, though, that we can do this kind of stuff. We can have conversations like this, because I think that God isn't really that interested in what direction you go. I mean, that's the purpose of this life. You're at a stoplight and there's two ways to get to your destination. Do you guys think that God really cares if you go right or you go left? I think what he does, what he cares about is if you're honoring him when you go right or when you go left. I think that's what he cares about. And so when people tell me, well, Jared, I'm having a hard time here, I just don't think God wants me to be here. I just don't think God thinks that way. I think if you pray about this and you feel good about this and you feel you're supposed to be here, then you need to decide you're going to be here, and then you need to honor God as you go. I think that's more biblical. I think that's the way we need to act, and that's how we need to, again, just follow and go forward, because I don't think he cares about the little stuff. I think he cares, are we honoring him? And what a better place than to honor him, serving people here and growing as leaders and growing our families in this environment. Okay, here's the target market. I'm going to get into some specifics now as I go through these last 10 minutes. Our recruit, but that mindset stuff is huge, guys. If you get that part right, I'm telling you, it doesn't matter what presentation you use. And look, if your RVP is telling you, no, you have to do what your RVP says. In my experience, if it's the 1 page or the 4 page or the on your phone or the iPad, it is not that. It is your heart. It is your belief. It is how you communicate. It is things like how you build rapport, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. But you got to know, I think, what you're shooting for. You know, talk about Connor shooting 3 deer. I guarantee he saw every one of them before he pulled the trigger. He wasn't out there thinking, oh, boom. He didn't just shoot. He saw it. And so here you got to know what you're shooting for. This is my target market for recruiting. It's people that have good people skills and people that are hungry. And if I had to pick one, it's somebody that's hungry, because I was hungry. 23-year-old version of me did not have good people skills, but I was hungry. And if you put them in this crock pot and they're hungry enough, they'll hang around long enough to figure it out. But the ideal market is somebody that's hungry and somebody that has good people skills. What does hungry mean, Jerry? Does that mean they're broke? No, I have people in my business that make $250,000 a year, that in their jobs, but they want to do better, meaning they want the same income with more time or more income and more time. I also know people that make $30,000 a year at the bank, that their name is engraved on the glass window outside their door, that they think they are the man. And they are not hungry. They have great people skills. They could kill it here, but they're good. I don't know how to recruit a person like that. I don't know how to get somebody that believes $50,000 a year or $100,000 a year when they have to give a company 50 hours and they can't go to their kids' games and they own them with their thumb on them and they love what they do and they like are okay with that. I don't know how to recruit that person. So what I do is I look for people that have these two things, and I'm telling you, it just makes life so much easier when you know what you're looking for. See, here's who I believe are the best recruiters. You believe this is a great opportunity. You see the need in the market. You see the potential in building a business. You realize that it's okay if somebody doesn't want to do it. It's okay if somebody comes in your business and then decides not to do it. You got to be okay with that if you're going to get big, or you will get bitter so fast, because it's just this weird thing when you pour into somebody, and then they quit. If you think in your head that's a bad thing, you're going to get exhausted. Guys, if somebody comes here and they're here for a week and that's it, and they leave, I'm okay with that. I have no negative feelings. But don't take me wrong. I don't want them to leave. But are they better off that they were here? Yes. Right? Did you get another repetition training someone, doing everything you could to help them? Yes. Are they probably going to be insulated from stupid salespeople in other companies that try to screw them over? Yeah. Like, are they probably going to send people to you because you weren't weird when they left? Yes. Maybe they'll come back when they don't like their job. Yeah. There's so many good things. See, God, I see the good in everything. And see, when you're here and you realize some people are going to be here for a minute, some for a week, some for a month, some for a year, some forever, and that's okay. I'm going to let God work out the details. My job is to plant the seeds, give them everything I got. Now you don't get exhausted when people leave. You just don't think the same way. This is the thinking stuff of the people that get big and the people that get discouraged. The people that get 5 recruits or 10 recruits and then stop because they're just nobody doing it. So I must be doing something wrong. So I need to change my whole system and I'll start over in 6 months, or I'm just going to go do it. No, if you were doing it right, you just didn't have enough people that came in the system. That was the only thing. I think you've got to normalize recruiting. And what I mean by this, I went with my 9-year-old Drew. This is when he was 7. This is a McDonald's in the little play area. He wanted to stop by there, so we went in there. And we went over on one side, and the kids were playing, and they had a manager's meeting on the other side. And I went to the opposite side, but I could still hear them. And it was like their version of their area manager, and it looked like about 11 or 12 branch managers for the McDonald's. And I was on the other side, but again, I could hear them. And here's what the area manager was saying to these McDonald's branch managers. Guys, we got to get our recruiting numbers up. You guys are not recruiting 12 people a month like you need to be in each of your branches. Only Betty Sue's doing it. Guys, in the mornings after the breakfast rush, you got to be asking your current employees and all your regulars if they know anybody looking. Guys, if we don't get our recruiting numbers up, here's what's going to happen. Your general managers, your assistant managers are going to have to work more hours. They're going to get burnt out and leave and go somewhere else. Guys, you know we're going to have people right now that are going to be quitting in the next week or two. They're going to go off to college and they just forgot to tell you, they're going to go work at Taco Bell or over here. We've got to get our recruiting numbers. I'm sitting over here like this, going, this is a Primerica meeting. I'm like, that's us. See, this recruiting is not a Primerica thing. It's an American business thing. The problem is we haven't normalized it for us. We're on the wrong dadgum side of the table. See, we've been recruited our whole lives. So we put our little live sheets, resumes together, and we like hand them in and put our best suit on and go talk. But we've never been able to stop recruiting people. You got to go through 50 resumes to find 10 that you talk to get one that comes to work. That's normal for recruiters. They think that way. So what we've got to do if we want to get big is we've got to normalize it for our businesses, not for Mike's business, not for David's, not for Jimmy's, for ours. It's got to be normal. Normal thinking for me to have 10 people a month come in my business. Normal for 20 people a month. You show me a church that's not recruiting, I'll show you a church that's dying. You show me a sports team that's not recruiting, I'll show you a sports team that's going to lose bad. You show me any business that's not recruiting, they're going to be out of business or closing branches. We've got to normalize that if you want to get big and be a great recruiter. Okay, here's another thing. I think what Mike Sharp talks about is you got to get consistent. Man, so many of you guys in here that I know, because I've known you for so long, have so much talent and so much skill. I'd put you up against anybody in the company on anything we do. You just haven't been consistent. See, 1 recruit a month for 10 months is not equal to 10 recruits in a month. It is a totally different business. So you get 1 recruit this month and they're gone next month. You get 1 recruit next month, they never even knew the first guy. Guys, there's momentum when you have recruiting coming in masses. And I don't know how to get 10. I've never in 20 years, I'm a beast of a recruiter. I've never once recruited 10 people in a month, but I can get 2 to 4 consistently. And if I do that consistently, there's going to be somebody in there this month or next month that wants to get people in front of me. And in about 90 days, I'm going to be double-digit recruiting because I think a full-timer should be double-digit recruiting. A legit full-timer can get 2 to 4 if you're focused on it, and you can get another 6 for your team. So your IBA, like your solution number may not be on them, but if you're full-time, you should be getting 10 a month. That's a future RVP or an RVP in my opinion. And so here, okay, if I do that, Jerry, what's going to happen next? Well, if you do that, you help them get to district leader. Well, how do I do that? I love Mike's strategy. I do the same thing. I don't get 150 people from them. I don't set appointments for them. If your RVP does it different, you do it different. It's working, keep doing it. But I break the ice. Hey, I help them come up with 2 or 3 good people that we can go see because I want to get it from their head to their heart. And that's all I do. Most of my vice presidents, I have 22 of them. A ton of them have the ring. Several of them are making $200,000-300,000 a year. Almost all of them went on 3 or 4 appointments, and that was it. Before they were ready to go swing the bat themselves. Now, I've got some that want to go on 58, and I'll do it if they're putting me in front of people. But most of your people that are going to do this are going to go on 3 or 4 appointments, and the ones that are going to do it are going to want to start doing it on their own. And I'm telling you, that's how you get people to district. You don't take your one guy and smother them. You get lots of people coming in, and that is the work in Primerica. Listen, it is not once you find an Austin Palmier. The work is in all the conversations you have to get in front of all the appointments you have, then you have 8 or 9 or 10 people come to work, and one of them is an Austin and Haley. That when they come in, they set appointments, they have credibility, we do appointments, they go district, they go division, they go regional, we'll be RVP soon. The work is not once you get the studs, The work is in finding the studs, because once you find them, it's going to be, you'll be like, oh my God, once you find your first stud, you'll know what I'm talking about if you've never had one. It's not like pulling teeth. They show up early for training. They stay. They have a good attitude. They ask you more questions. They call you more than you call them. You'll know it when you find them, but most of us have not gone through enough people to find the studs. And so you just got to keep going, right? You got to help them get licensed. You got to get double-digit recruiting going on your team. Look, I'm going to click through this next one really fast, because if you're in this room, you probably have this. You got to, again, dress appropriately. If you get someone in your team that doesn't, you got to coach them on that. I think being indirect is the best strategy. You've got to build rapport. Again, you wouldn't be in this room. You wouldn't have gotten an invitation to this if your leader didn't think you already had all of this stuff. That's why I'm clicking through it. I think you got to have a good presentation. Here's where I'm going to stop for a second. See, I think if you're going to be a recruiter, a big recruiter here, and meaning not cheesy recruiting, like people that don't come to work with me, send people to me. I'm never direct. I'm never cheesy. I'm never chasey. It's very professional, but here's the difference between me and most people is that me, the people in my hierarchy that are builders, we are focused on recruiting. We don't just talk about it. See, some people in Primerica, maybe in this room, do a lot of premium. And when they're going through the presentation, they never do securities. And I think some of them are securities licensed. I'm like, why did they do that? Here's what I found. They talk about insurance in a way that moves people to make decisions. But when it comes to securities, they cover the rule of 72 and keep on moving, because that's not their goal. Their goal is not an IRA. Their goal is not financial independence or securities. Their goal was the insurance. So they may cover the stuff in the presentation, but they don't move people. They don't ask questions. It's the same with recruiting. Recruiting is a sales process. Make no mistake about it. So if you're doing lots of premium and lots of securities, and I always talk about the recruiting stuff, talking's not good enough. Just like you can't just talk about insurance. You have to ask questions and move people to make decisions, and not in a pressury way, but you've got to be intentional. And here's what I found. I've not got a perfect presentation. I could not go around this room and tell you who's going to do an IBA, but here's what I do know. If I meet with 4 or 5 people and I'm intentional about letting them know with sincerity what I'm looking for, 1 out of 4, 1 out of 5 is coming to work. So if I want to get a recruit this week, you know what my thing is? It's not picking the stud or studette. It's I got to get in front of 4 or 5 people, tell them the story of who we are, what we do, what we're staffing up in, and somebody comes to work. There's no more secret to it than that. Okay, as I wrap up here, you got to accept the numbers. Again, you wouldn't be in this room if you didn't know 10-3-3-3-1, but I think a lot of us know these numbers. We understand these numbers, but we don't accept the numbers. And we think our 2 people we got last month and the one before that are going to be the studs. Instead of working with them, helping them, loving them, but getting more people. And I'm telling you, this is a huge difference maker between the people that get big fast and the people that get lucky every once in a while or grow slow. I bet you McDonald's knows their numbers. I bet you Chick-fil-A knows theirs. I bet your church knows their numbers. Are you on a church that is pushing people to small groups like crazy? And that's, I mean, like small groups. You know why? Because they know their numbers. They know if you come to church and you don't get in a small group, there is this chance, very small chance of you coming back. If you don't build genuine, sincere, they know their numbers. So they're not only recruiting people to campus, they're recruiting people to small groups constantly because they know their numbers. We've got to know, accept, and work the numbers. And I think these numbers you know too. But here's one thing I'm going to add to it. See, for me, I didn't want to chance it. I'm not as good as most of you people in here, especially when I was young, right? Thank God Primerica's got a system and it's not based on talent, right? For me, this was a game changer. This is right. This one slide is how I went RVP, by the way. I said, you know what? I got to get on 8 appointments a week or 8 interviews a week before I can get on 8 appointments. And so here's what I've got to do. I've got to set 15. When I did this, 6 months later, I was a vice president, and you would not have picked me out of lineup to be a vice president. But when you make a decision, there is something about a decided heart that changes things. See, some of you guys have all the talent, all the skill. You just haven't made a decision to go do this. Now, if something falls in your lap, you'll go do the trade. If you run across somebody and they're looking for a job, you'll recruit them. But you haven't decided to do this. You haven't decided as a part-timer that I am going to set 5 appointments a week. This Monday is my first day. See, some of you, the only thing missing from unlocking your lock is a decided heart. But if you're full-time and you're serious, for me, I didn't want to set 15 in a day. So what I did was I picked Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday as my pain days, right? It only was painful for about 2 weeks, then it wore off, it didn't bother me anymore. But I set 5 on Monday for some future day, 5 on Tuesday for some future day, and 5 on Wednesday for some future day. Guys, that's how I went RVP. And if I set 15, I did about 8 or 10 of them. It didn't matter if it was a first interview or first appointment. My pipeline exploded. In less than 90 days, I was killing it from not killing it. It changed everything about my business. Now, was I tired that first week? Yes. I was exhausted because I'd never done it. I talked about that earlier. The mental energy it took me to do that was crazy. I was like, there's no way I can keep doing this. And after about 2 weeks of me doing it, I was like, this ain't that bad. And after about 30 days, I was like, I'm a freaking stud. Look at all these people sitting still. Ain't nobody working. And I separated from them. Guys, there were people that started at the same time as me and their trajectory, and we went like that because of things like this, guys. It's not your talent. It's not your extroversion. It's not your charisma. It's the little things. Guys, you got to have a decided heart. This is the last slide right here. I'm going to sit down. The great thing, one of the great things I love about Primerica is at any point in your career, you're only 6 to 9 months or less away from RVP. That's how long it takes. It's 2 90-day cycles. And if you've got some major flaws, maybe one more 90-day cycle. Most of you guys in here, before the end of this year, and when I say major flaws, like me, super introverted, scared to talk to people, like I could go beast it, right? Probably would have taken me nine months, right? But most of you in here, 6 months or less, you could be in a whole different position, whole different lifestyle. So here's the last thing I'll say. One of my biggest challenges is don't let unmotivated people unmotivate you. Be careful who you talk to. Be careful who you hang around. The most dangerous people is not your local State Farm agent or your broke uncle. The most dangerous person is someone in your office that believes in what Primerica does, that has rationalized why they haven't and are not going for RVP, and they tell you all the reasons why your RVP isn't doing it right, and why this person is that, and that person, you need to do this, and they love to talk Primerica, talk shop, but they're not doing it. Watch out for those folks. They're like a cancer, right? Most people want success, but they're unwilling to do it now. You got to have a sense of urgency. If you're in this room, you want to be different. I don't think you'd be here if you didn't want to be different, but most will let their fear and discomfort control them. But here's the reality. There are people like me out there. There are people like Mike and David and Jimmy and Dominic and a lot of you other studs in here that are built for this business, and they are looking for opportunity. And the first one of us that talks to them, they're going to come in your business. You're not going to have to beg them. You're not going to have to coax them. They're going to come in and kill it. You may be introverted like me, but luckily Primerica doesn't pay you based on that stuff. They pay you based on how big your team is and how productive it is. I've got so many people in my business that are so much better at all these little skills than me, but my business is bigger. Guys, I'm telling you, don't get lost in the wrong things. There are people looking for us. So here's my challenge. Focus on what you can control. That's activity, and make a decision today. If it's 2 appointments a week and you're part-time, awesome. I don't care what it is, because once you do 2 a week, it'll be easy to go to 4, and then 10, and then you'll come full-time. So just make a decision though and commit. And look, attend your RVP's training and then have a good attitude, because everything falls back on attitude. Guys, I hope y'all got something from that.
Got me, Jared. I mean, you turn it on, yeah, turn off your mic, don't go to the restroom. Hey, man, that was powerful, Jared. You know, so many things. I mean, you talk about internalizing the business, and the example I've used before is, first time you learn to drive a car, you got to think about this, you got to turn this, you got to do all these things at one time. But 6 months later, you women are going 80 miles an hour putting on makeup, right? In other words, as you internalize, you don't have to think about it. And so this doing that repetition is the key. Also, numbers neutralize the negatives. When you switch over, you start saying, you know what, just start playing the numbers, and then when the negatives happen, it doesn't matter. It's kind of like water off a duck's back. Doesn't bother you. I came up with a quote, right? A life of purpose and passion is better than a life of leisure and pleasure. But one that hit me one day was, because Jill always laughs. I said, Jill, I've got quotes. She said, David, you don't come up with a quote. I mean, people may quote what you say or whatever, but this is a good one. I've never persevered that I didn't break through. and I've never broken through and regretted persevering, right? I've never persevered that I didn't break through, and I've never broken through and regretted persevering, right? I mean, that is, that's brilliant, isn't it, Jim? I mean, come on, man. That is brilliant, right? I mean, I've never looked back, you know, if you just persevere, you're gonna break through. No obstacle can withstand a sustained focus, right? Okay, so you just keep going, you're gonna break through, and then you're gonna look back and you're gonna think, thank God, right, that I kept going. Numbers, the health club, what prepared me for this business was managing a health club, right? A health club, we had 600 members. We had to, you know, if we didn't bring on 15, 20, 25 new members every month, we were going down, right? And so we had to keep new members coming in, and that's just human nature, right? Human nature, you know, some people show up at the health club one time and never come back. Some show up a week, some show up a month, and then you can't pick them. Like I'd put a little guy on a workout, and then 2 years later, he'd become like part of the family up there, right? Same way here, that prepared me. You know, I just served everybody. When you came to the health club, whether you came once a month or once a year or once a week, I just loved on, hey, look, man, you want a smoothie? Right, I made great banana orange juice smoothies with honey, okay? And you want a smoothie? What can I help you with? Anything I can help you with? And I did exactly the same thing here. I learned to serve people, right? Squad leader in basic training. I love my guys. I took care of my guys. I learned that in the Army. They said you can tell people what to do, or you can get out there with them and be the first one doing it. And then they join in with you. And I realized, man, when you do that, you build a team, right? Okay, whether it's a health club or the Army, right? And so when I got here, I just said, heck, I'm just gonna try the same thing here. And you know what? Hell, it worked, right? I mean, people started signing up and like, man, this guy, we think he may be going somewhere, okay? And so anyway, double-digit recruiting, way you get to double-digit recruiting, 2 to 4 personal recruits a month, right? Do that 4 to 5 months by yourself, 2 to 4 personal recruits a month. Do that 4 to 5 months by yourself, and then people will join in with you, and that'll take you to double-digit recruiting. Okay, so hey, I'll tell you what, Herman, I'm gonna rapid fire this because you've got copies of this. I'm not gonna take a lot of time to go through this. I just wanna, because we got other stuff to do. So that slide show with the, you know, the one that you had to break down into different parts. Let's do that. Let's try it. I think I can do this in less than 10 minutes, and then we can eat. We got our food back there. And by the way, the food, there's different boxes that are marked. We got club, sandwiches.
There's sodas on there, there's water on there, there's club sandwiches, and then banana and turkey, chicken salad on the side. This is water, and there should have been everything in the box.
Yeah, everything in the box. And so you can get that, of course, restroom, all of a sudden. But we're gonna, did you find it? Okay, but then we're going to, after about 15 minutes, we're gonna do a Q&A with Jim, and maybe Mike and Amy want to participate too. Maybe just some thoughts that they've had. Because I guarantee you, Mike Landrum, he's sitting back there. He's already got things he's jotted down. He's gonna have something to say. I can just tell you, I know that, right? But anyway, and I think that'll be great. But having Jared and Jim Pass, right? That'll be valuable. Let me just wrap it up. This is in your packet. Let's put the, oh, I can do it. Okay. Okay. So, okay. There it is. Okay. Success game plan. I put this together decades ago, right? But some things never change. Activity is the key. Okay. 2 types of activity, recruiting and sales. Okay, understanding compliance, combine two laws, law of averages, your closing ratios on recruiting, okay, 10 to 50%. If you do 10 interviews, okay, if you don't recruit 1 to 5 people, that means your interview is not good enough. You need to get better. That lets you know if you're the problem. So that way you get coachable. You call me up and say, David, look, man, I interviewed 10 people, I ain't hired nobody. Let's just talk, right? Call me up and let's go through an interview. Okay, but I'm fixing to fix that too right now. Okay, so sales, 30 to 50%. If you're trying to get a client, if you do 10 people you try to close, you should close 3 to 5. Okay. If you don't, then that lets you know your number, you gotta work, you gotta get a better presentation, right? The key is this. The law of high numbers. Most people work small numbers and expect big results. Okay, this is gonna fix this. Because if you do this, you're gonna get better. Right? Okay, so next one. So we can game plan. You can, I'm gonna take time to get, you got a full-time method, part-time method. Hey, what Jared went over, he scheduled 15 appointments, either interviews or client presentations a week. Okay, I actually, that's what I did part-time. I would schedule, I call it my 555 theory. I was part-time at the health club and full-time in college. And so I scheduled 5 appointments, right, 3 days a week. Okay. And I would give 8 to 10 presentations. I had 2.5 people buying from me every week, 10 a month, part-time. And that's what earned me. And then some people wanted to come to work with me. And that's how we earned $3,489 our 4th month, right? And then that's really what I started preaching when we went to the Gulf Coast, and Jim was in our base shop and all that. And so that's how we went to 60 apps a month. Is that what Jerry covered? But anyway, this gives you the results. I'm gonna take the time to, and these are old numbers. These numbers are decades old. I mean, you're gonna kill it. You do this, that's 6-figure income. In Primerica today, you're gonna blow it out of the water. You're gonna kill it. Tips on scheduling activities, more you do, easier to get, schedule next week, this week. Just like Jared said, just schedule appointments in the future. Don't ever try to schedule an appointment for today. You know, because human nature, people will, it's easy to schedule something for next week because they don't have to do it right then. You see what I'm saying? Okay, just little things, schedule appointments 1 hour apart, if you work a certain day, and then just some tips. But again, are just some things that words matter. Words matter. How you say things matter. And this is just wording that I learned to do over the years. And again, now, it's not, there it is. Warm market, okay. I'm pushing it. There it is. What you do when you get objections and all that, okay? And then the rest of that is just, it's some things on what you say in different situations. Like if someone helps you in a certain way, like a salesperson or whatever, or you're in a good restaurant, and what do you say and all that? Okay. If someone's a center of influence, what can you say to that? What if they say what business is it? Okay. A salesperson who's assisted you in some way. Okay. Another one. And if they ask you what is it? The form method, how to build relationships, that is such a key. And then we're going to talk about after lunch, we're going to talk about how to expand how to open more locations and all that. So STEAM approach, this is key. I remember after I had been in the business a while, I sat down with my older sister, Deb. She was already a client. And I said, Deb, listen, I'm going on a run. I'm looking for some good people. I know you're interested in whatever, but, who do you know is good in marketing? And I sat down like 15 minutes. Deb gave me 19 people. right? 19 additional, I've been in the business for years already. And she gave me 19 new people. And then exactly what you do when you call them up. Okay, I'm about through. Okay, the recruiting process. Guys, this is so important. So in other words, so you stage someone and then contact them exactly what you say, right? And then when you get with them, you build a relationship first, you form them, and ask questions and listen. You know, what have you done since high school? What do you like most about what you're doing now? Would you make a promotion? Have you ever wanted to have your own business, right? Then you say, briefly cover your story and background, right? And say, listen, what I'd like to do is explain to you who we are, what we do, the opportunity we have to offer. Then I want to give you some information on our company, and maybe we can get that together later and talk more. How's that sound? Man, that's what I call my withdrawal statement. A lot of people just talk to people, you just wear them out. You don't want to let people on the front end listen. I mean, I've gotten to know you a little bit. I've told you my story. I've asked you some questions. I'm going to give you a brief overview, and then maybe we can get back together later and talk more. Does that sound good? 100% of the time they say, oh yeah, that's fine. So then you go through it and you tell them who we are, what we do, an opportunity, and then you withdraw. What I'd like to do is give you a couple of these brochures, whatever. I'll send you a video, or I'll do this, right? And then we'll get back together later and talk some more. How does that sound? Great. So always just recruit to the next event, right? A recruiting game plan, this is some real key things, okay? Okay, this is this. Recruiting, it's a sales process. You schedule an appointment, do an interview, get them to an overview or Zoom, whatever. Follow-up interview, get their IBA, build activity, 3 to 5 appointments, get them to take baby steps, get them to district leader, attendance, big events, etc., and build relationships. So that's a process. Folks, it takes 10 hours at least to recruit somebody. You know, I just keep getting back with people till they say, okay, what do I gotta do? Well, let's fill out, let's get your IBA, let's go, right? So it's a sales process, and anyway, that is a key. So that's just things you can review, kind of internalize, do some of that. And I'm gonna bless our food, and then we are going to have lunch. Okay, so I'm getting ready to bring Jill up, but before I do, oh, by the way, getting all your licenses, your study, licensing comes second to activity. Keep your activity going. When you study for securities, all that, you study early in the morning or late at night, right? Anytime you have activity, you do not study, right? You study early in the morning, late at night, okay? Or maybe on a weekend, a Sunday after church, whatever, go cram, but anyway, okay, so now let's real quick, and I know Jill's gonna hit on this real quick, but I just I'll put that goal sheet up of her. Thinking about your goals, okay? And in your packet, you've got a goal sheet, which is gonna be up there in just a second. So, guys, I can't tell you, when I went to my first event with Art, again, Art ran the event, he emceed the event, and he gave us a goal sheet that basically looks like that. And it had where you write down 5 short-term goals and 5 long-term goals, okay? And let me tell you that is so important that you that you come up with those goals and you write it down, okay? And then you think about it. Think about it every day, how great it's gonna be to get there, okay? And let me tell you, it is such a key to a person making it in this business, because what happened, what Art did, he said, okay, I want you to write down, just like this, write down 10 things that you want. Write down 10 things that you want, things that you, that would fire you up, that would motivate you. Mine was, I wanted to be able to, Jill, to be able to quit work at the bank. She hated doing that. I wanted to be able to buy a camper. I wanted to make 30 grand a year. Cause you know, in college, I thought, man, 30,000 a year, you can't spend that kind of money, right? Of course, I found out you can't quick, right? But the thing about it is, so I wrote down those 10 things that I wanted. And then at that same meeting, I realized Art Williams was not only getting me to dream, to think about what I wanted to do, but he showed me the vehicle, and I connected the dots to my goals in this vehicle. I said, okay, these are 10 things that I want to do. And then I have an opportunity now to join this company to get these 10 things. Because you have got to get people to connect those dots. If you don't get people to connect those dots, they ain't doing it. And I think a lot of times we say, what gets you going? No, no. What are 10 things you want to do? What fires your butt up? And then look, let's go make it happen here. Okay. And so I think one of the best things you could do is over the weekend, write down your 10 things, right? And I read this quote a couple of months ago. The more valid reasons you have to accomplish something / dream, the higher the odds of it working that you will. The more valid reasons you have for accomplishing something, okay, higher the odds of it working. Okay, so let me give you a formula for success. Just jot these down real quick. Number one, come up with your goals and dreams. Okay. Number two is connect the dots to this vehicle, what I just talked about. In other words, what that brings about when you combine your goals and you connect the dots to this vehicle accomplishing that, then you know what that brings about? Commitment. And the first step to greatness is what? Commitment. The total commitment, but the commitment. So goals, dreams, connect to this vehicle, that gives you commitment. That's number two. Number three, be a daily student of the business. Get better every day. Learn something every day in the business. Number four, build momentum. You got to build momentum. You know how you build momentum? Consistent, continuous motion. You will not build momentum without consistent, continuous motion. A lot of people, they start and stop, right? It's kind of like if I tell you, okay, look, get a running start and see how far you can jump. And you start running here, by the time you jump 20 foot down, you'll jump pretty far, right? But if I get you to stop and see how far you can jump, you're going to jump not hardly anything, okay? Because you have no momentum. So the way you build momentum, you've got consistent, continuous motion, and then that's the way you produce momentum. You will not do it without that. So you got to get momentum, number four. And then what you do, once you get all that going, then you recruit. See, you can that's a formula for success. When you add all those things together, your goals, your dreams, commitment to connect the dots, number two, daily student, build momentum, and multiply it times recruiting. Recruiting is the only multiplier in your business because you can only be one place at one time. But recruiting gives you the ability to be multiple places at one time. So that is the multiplier. And if you're leaving recruiting out of your business, okay, that is just short-sighted. I'm sorry, but it's short-sighted. And it's like picking up pennies and leaving dollars. You can make a great income, big deal, right? And go ahead and do that. And, let me tell you the thing, this is my last statement. The thing that excited me was when I heard Art Williams at my first event, again, I wasn't even in the business. He said, here, you can develop a system whereby recruiting never stops. I just couldn't get over that. I mean, I'd lay in bed at night and think, good Lord, do you mean that I could build a system here? I could build a business whereby building never stops, recruiting never stops. You know, in other words, if I just learn how, if this is the last thing that I ever get good at in my life, then once you get good at something, right, then all, you know, it's not intimidating to teach what you know. You know, you're not nervous about it or whatever. Then I just teach what I know. If I get into the recruiting business and teach what I know, then they can go start doing the same thing. In other words, I'm raising up leaders, and then that I could actually get to a point to where I could be on the beach one day, sitting in a chair on the beach, and my business still grow. That I could be in the mountains on the side of a dadgum mountain, drinking a cup of coffee, and my business is growing back home. That just, man, once I got that seed, once that got in there, I thought, man, and I got my first show ride, $43. Mike Uzell called me, hey man, David, I closed my first one alone. He was a college student with me. And we calculated what he made. He was excited. As soon as I got off the phone, I started punching what I made. I made $43 in it. I said, oh my Lord, I'm at home and I just made $43. And I multiplied it, in my mind, I multiplied it times 10. I said, good Lord, I can multiply. What if I built a business where I had that happen 10 times today, 42 years ago? And man, I remember, Jill, when we were on the Gulf Coast, we would start having 2 closes a day, 3 closes a day, 5 closes in a day. And then all of a sudden, the pigs started to fly, the miracles started to happen. And then next thing you know, we could go to the mountains, right? And I would just kind of disappear. Like Jim and them wonder, where's David? Well, I'm in the mountains, right? And I'm sitting on the deck drinking a cup of coffee, and my business is still growing. Does that make sense? So guys, that again, that's the key. And so anyway, hey, y'all welcome to Jill. Come on, Jill.
Yeah, I love that introduction. Actually, Amy gave me walked back and gave me a ladybug for good luck, and it literally just flew away. So y'all might be in trouble. I want to thank all the speakers today. I think it's been amazing. Gosh, what a powerful message. And just want to thank you for being here, the people that are here in attendance. And we've been excited about today, about just this concept of doing this, growing this leadership team. And I'm just going to confess, I have spent way too much time thinking about what I need to say. I have overanalyzed. I don't know why, because I kind of get up and you can kind of like hit a button on my back and I can tell my story, right? Because I've done it like, I don't know how many thousands of times, but I just felt like this message was significant. And I think some of it was because I feel might be just the reason I overthought it due to personal insecurity. And also I have an amazing ability to say the wrong thing. And any of y'all that know me really well know that for a fact. But I think it's because I feel like it's really important. You know, I sat in that first partner meeting in, I don't know, 79 or 80, I think it was January of 1980. And I sat there and listened to Angela Williams. And I walked in that room negative. I was of all the people there that you thought would flip that weekend, it was not me. I was there to I was determined to find a catch. I knew it was a catch. I smelled a rat. This thing did not look right, way too good to be true. And I walked back. I was pushed into the partners meeting, put in the chair. David said, you sit here and listen. And I left there emotional. And I left there and I said, okay, I'm in. You know, it was a defining moment, and I didn't see it coming. And I'm hoping just for one person, maybe in the room today, maybe you can relate to that at the end of the day. But I've changed the title about 14 times. I started out with how to persevere, then how to finish strong. Mark goes, well, how to finish strong? That sounds kind of like shame on something. I'm like, shame. I don't put shame on anybody, right? Okay, so let's see. What am I going to come up with here? How to build resilience, I think is what I actually live on the agenda. And I like that. And it's definitely part of my message. You know, that's the ability to bounce back, to move forward, to rebuild. Webster says resilience is the capacity to recover quickly from difficulties. I'm thinking, man, we all need an extra double portion of that, right? It's definitely part of my message, but I'm going to try to, and it's kind of interesting because everybody's already talked about in some shape, form, or fashion what my message is, which just tells me I'm probably on the right track and people you've listened to so far are, but really what I see is what I want to be the identity of our team. What I feel like really is our identity, but to kind of build on that, I want to look through the lens of experience and hopefully challenge you, equip you, inspire you. What I don't want to happen today is I don't want you to come in here, get in a meeting, you know, get excited, get committed, leave here decided, man, we're going to set these goals, we're going to accomplish this dream, we're going to go to work, and you leave here and you just give 100% of who you are to building a business, and you wake up in 10 years and that's all you've got is a business. And you no longer have a life, or maybe your marriage is falling apart, or your family, or whatever. I really want us to build on a solid foundation that goes the distance. That when the storms come, because they will, the storms will come, when the winds stop blowing, that you're still standing, right? So that's really my heart. And this is coming from a woman who, my first goal, this is the truth, it's embarrassing. My first goal, I wanted a closet so big you had to have a shuttle bus to get through it. I mean, next stop, white blouses. Shoes are on aisle 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, I'm thinking I could do some tennis shoes and heels. Got to have 2 hour heels, right? I mean, you know, I'm thinking. I mean, like, could that be more shallow? I like to think I've outgrown all of that, but 2 of our granddaughters, well, we've got 3 little amazing granddaughters, and sometimes when they come over, they dress up as me and Dave. I don't know what. I was telling Dave about this morning. I don't know what possesses them to do it. It's very entertaining. But one of them put on. It's funny. They nailed David. They put on a white long sleeve Rosemary Beach t-shirt with one of his Peter Millar vests, his new shoes, which is a whole story in itself. He's got 3 pair of the exact same shoe. And they put on his cap and they come in, I got a Zoom call. Jill, the 2 syllables. I got a Zoom call, And it's always just really funny when they play me, and they always come out as a team, right? They're always all kind of prissy. They're prissy, and they got maybe on a pair of my boots or a pair of my heels, and always have on lipstick, usually the hair clipped up, and it's always, I'm in some kind of hair dilemma. Oh, my hair! I'm having a bad hair day. I'm going to the salon. I'll see y'all later. Tommy said, Mom, half the time I call you here at the salon, what are you doing up there? I'm like, the older I get, man, it takes a lot of effort, right? Anyway, so coming from this person who had those kind of goals, I want to talk to you about building a business and building a life that's going to go the distance. That's what is the cry of my heart, that we would all do that and do it together. Because I don't want you are going to make sacrifices here. If you win here, you're going to make sacrifices, but it does not need to be your faith, your family, your marriage, or your health, right? And the good news is you don't have to sacrifice those things here. You really don't. I know it sounds so cliche, but you really can have it all. It means you're going to have to fight to stay engaged, attend up to what matters. You know, a lot of times the really important things don't scream at you. They really don't. You have to be intentional. I just recently read a book. It was very impactful to me. And I might be the only person. I've been giving it to everybody. I just gave it to Kathy Moran for her birthday. I mailed one to Amy. I gave one to Candace. It's Chris Bill. She's the co-founder of Blackberry Farm. If you don't know what Blackberry Farm is, Google it. It's amazing. It's the #1 small hotel in America. And so Chris and Sandy Bill, I kind of know their story. We've been going there. We found it. David found it somehow through American Express Platinum. When first time we went, Tommy was 10 or 11 years old. I remember he had a talk boy. That's how I remember what year it was. He had a talk boy. If y'all remember those. So we go to Blackberry Farm, and she and her husband co-founded Blackberry Farm. And we went to this place, and the way they treat you was so unbelievable. Okay, so we are there, we rented this amazing little 3-bedroom, beautiful little cottage down by a river. I mean, it was incredible. Well, we left our room, we came back, and somebody come in, like cleaned everything and pushed all of the toothpaste to the top of the tube. I'm like, who does this? What is this place? And you'd be sitting out by a fire pit at night and said, man, wouldn't it be cool to have s'mores? And somehow magically, within 5 minutes, a s'more tray appears. And then you push on the secret thing on the wall, and it's full of Dove bars everywhere. I'm like, this place is just so amazing. So I know her story. I knew they lost their son. And I knew they had divorced. So we were there just, I guess, in this last fall, celebrating something. It was our 25th time. And I didn't keep up with it, but they did. They said, it's your 25th time in Blackberry. So we got this amazing gift in our room. But anyway, I'm in the gift shop, and I see her book, The Great Blue Hills of God. And I picked that book up, and I could not put it down. Because it's a story of a woman who built a beautiful life. She's an incredible designer, incredible decorator, unbelievable chef. I mean, they do everything. She operates an excellent job, but she did it all on the outside. And it's the story of her being broken on the inside. And it's the story of her journey of finding God. And it just really hit me that how many of us look all put together. I don't remember, I think Amy talked about our Instagram, our profile, how we look. You know, we don't, I am not one of those. I'm not going to get up in the morning without my makeup on, and I don't even go to the mailbox without my makeup on, okay? I'm not going to post something that looks real. I'm going to post the good stuff, right? You can't put that up there. Look at me. You can see my double chin from that angle, for crying out loud. So anyway, that's what I want to talk to you about. I want us as a team, as a group of a lot of seasoned leaders in this room, and a lot of what I believe are emerging leaders in this room, you know, to think about what Jared called impact player. And I've heard that before, but I appreciated hearing that again, impact players, and about solid foundations. And I know there are different seasons. Amy hit on this already. There are seasons where your life is going to feel and look and be unbalanced. And you just got to keep trying to move all those wheels in the right direction. I mean, David in the early days was in the field a lot. He was in the field all the time. I can't tell y'all the last time he was in the field. Don't you need a night in the field? I think you need to go see your mama. I think she's lonely, right? So, I mean, you know, we have this season that felt very unbalanced. I mean, there are seasons in life and there are seasons in this field business. So cornerstones, you know, we talk about things, we're known for, you know, servant leadership, partnership, relationships. But one thing, and I don't even know for sure if this is the right word for it, but character. Character immediately makes me nervous because none of us are perfect. And we think character means lack of making mistakes. And that's just not true. You know, I'm not talking about perfection. You know, I think Zig Ziglar, I found this quote, and I think it's Zig Ziglar. The one who falls and gets up is so much stronger than the one who never fell. It's not about not falling. It's about falling down, learning a lesson, getting back up, brushing yourself off. And Jared talked about that. Now, when you get up stronger. And next thing you know, you're doing something that exhausted you a month ago, and now you're feeling like Superman, right? I wanted to share a little bit of my story with you to kind of make this point. Because most of you know my story, but some of y'all haven't heard my story. Bless you. You know, David and I went on, I knew David all my life. He was one of 5 kids. I was one of 5 kids. We were 5 miles away from each other, but we went on our first date in 1977, September 3rd, 1977. See, women are elephants. Do not cross us. We remember everything, okay? September 3rd, 1977, our first date. We got married in 1978, and we joined this company in 79. I mean, good grief. And I came here, like I said, kicking and screaming. I smelled a rat, too good to be true. I wanted security. I mean, everybody in the world, David had been lined up this great job in Dallas, Texas, and it was an expense account and a company car and a great salary, benefits. So my dad had lined that job up for David, but he had to have his college degree. So he's in college, and, you know, we're newlyweds and we're trying to figure this out. And David decides to get in this business. And I went to the first meeting and met Art Williams. And he had on a purple t-shirt that had "Do It" written on front. You can't make that stuff up. And then talk was written on the back. I said, David, who's the bald-headed guy in a purple t-shirt? He goes, oh, that's the president of the company. This is really good. This is bad. This is worse than I thought, right? I got to get him out of here. No, that's the president of the company, right? And I got really, really good at telling David all the reasons this wouldn't work. I mean, I was really good at it. And it's almost like the more I tried to discourage him, the harder he tried. And it's one of the things that he just does. The harder I worked to get him discouraged, the more people told him he couldn't do it, he'd just get up earlier the next day to prove us all wrong, right? And then came that trip to, Sea Island, the Cloister Hotel, which is lifestyles of the rich and famous. And that's what everybody, I've never been anywhere but LA, Lower Alabama, to my Aunt Jane's peanut farm. I'd never been to a nice resort. And it was very uncomfortable for me. And I felt like I had this neon sign over my head saying, she does not belong here. She does not know which fork to use. She almost drank out of a finger bowl. I mean, it was just bad. But the last day was that partner meeting and I went. And, I left that meeting emotional. I went and found David. I said, okay, let's do this. I'm in, right? And I'd love to tell you right there that, you know how a movie ends and they lived happily ever after, right? Like Cinderella. And they lived happily ever after. So I'm thinking, here we are. Man, we've done it. We're on the same page. We immediately went out. He was a district leader, I think, at the time. He just made district. And I think he had to close 60 personal sales to make district. Put everything in perspective a little bit. So he made district, and we opened an office as a district leader in downtown Laurel. And we had this dream. I had this sense of destiny. We're on the same page. And I didn't think it was going to be easy, but I didn't think it was really going to be that hard. And I was scared, but I was really more excited than I was scared. And I really thought we were ready. And I was 19 years old and just dumb as a box of rocks, okay? At 19 years old, you think at 19 you know everything. And then you realize you know nothing, right? We had so much to learn, lessons that we desperately needed, fears to face, mountains to climb, changes to make. And man, God just started molding us. And I think back, and I just want you to think about your story, because our stories, they do mold us. I was the fourth of 5 kids, or that time I thought I was anyway. Went to a public school, had a public school education. My brothers and sisters will tell you I was spoiled. I do not know where they got that from. They said I was the spoiled one out of 5 children. Let me tell you something, out of 5 children, none of them were spoiled, okay? I love telling my little sister, my parents got 2 boys and then 2 girls. I would have been the baby. Okay. And then they had Katie, and Katie was an accident. She was a surprise. And I loved tormenting Katie, telling her how she was not supposed to be here. And I know how terrible how little sisters are. So Katie went to my mother one day and she said, Jill said, I'm an accident, I'm not supposed to be here. And my mother looked at her, she said, honey, y'all are all accidents. Shut up. Anyway. They said something about me being a squeaky wheel. I don't know. My little sister Katie, she was so funny. My mother, I tell people, my mother, if her house had caught on fire, she would put lipstick on before she went outside. She was a character. But when I was 14 years old, my older sister got married. My 2 brothers had left home already. So there was just me and my little sister at home. And my dad got a promotion, a big income boost. And all of a sudden, I turned 15, I got my driver's license. Which just terrifies me when I think about what I'm driving past on Highway 463. But at 15, I got a driver's license, I got a gas card, and my mother had charge accounts at every store in downtown Laurel. I was dangerous. My parents, I'd go out, I could drive, right? I could charge. Man, I had a gas card, I had Farrah Fawcett hair. I was in good shape. So, anyway, my sweet mama would sneak out to the mailbox because she didn't want Daddy to know the damage I had done, right? She was a keep the peace kind of mother. You all know how to relate to a piece of keep kind of mother. Keep the peace. They were both children of the Great Depression, and they believed waste not, want not decided if you want to charge it. And then I married David. And they took my credit cards. That's shocking. They took all my credit cards and they took my car. And the very first few years in business, I think God decided I had a lot to learn about everything, but especially about stewardship. And David and I from the beginning made money. We made money here, but we reinvested just about everything we made and then some. We moved to the Mississippi Gulf Coast and we rented a 3,000 square foot office, still not already big. we're not RVPs yet. We're in a 3,000 square foot office, a huge copier, a typewriter, and a bunch of furniture. And we went through our savings. But that's when we hired Jim Hass and all these things started happening. We're making money, putting it back in our business. But I will never forget, we moved back to Laurel. I'd had Lauren, it was 1984. We were living in an apartment and y'all had 3 cups that I had cash. I had $20 a week for groceries, $20 a week for gas and $20 a week for something else. I had $60 a week. And let me tell you something. You talk about lessons you learn. I learned so much from those 3 teacups. Man, I learned humility. I did learn some things about stewardship. Man, I learned that you have to be faithful in little. If you're faithful in little, God will give you more. And, you know, God really began to deal with pride. And I learned too that God meets you in the hard places. And I learned that character is formed through challenge. None of us like challenge. We like to be comfortable, but you know what? We just usually don't grow that way. And you know what hit me years and years later is he sees the end game. He knew what was coming. He knew I needed to steady. He knew I didn't need to build that shuttle bus closet, right? I mean, he knows what's coming for you. He knows what's coming for you. You know, he realized our destiny. So if you're in a season of pain or pressing that's painful, I just want to encourage you, just don't roll over in your pain. Press through. It's really what Jared was talking about, press through. It's hard, but you press through and you keep going and you keep doing the right things. Lauren said something to me the other day that really stuck with me. She said, God plants seeds, not trees. And don't we just want trees? Can't you just do it? But you know, he plants a seed. And it takes time. Great things take time. So press through. I know it sounds easy, but you got to fight for what you want. You got to fight to take the land. And you got to be ready for the lies. You think you're the only one who hears the lies? We all hear the lies. This is too hard. I can't do this. It's easier for other people. Nobody else has got my circumstances. Nobody else has got my background. This is taking too long. You know, do you have any idea, and I can't remember, I think it was Mike and maybe David talked about how many people I've seen quit right before people on their team just exploded. If they had just stayed. Look at the guy that hired Dave. He just stayed. I mean, incredible. Anyway, I just think you need to remember why you're here and press through. And another thing I want to mark our team, especially, that was my longest point, by the way. The other ones are faster and I'll read through, is hospitality. I just love hospitality. I try to get better at it. I feel like I'm not really all that good at it sometimes, but I like it. I like trying to. I just recently, I hosted Juliana, a bridesmaids brunch, and I'm telling y'all, it just makes something inside of me just like fireworks go off. When I get china out on the table and put crystal out and flowers, and I get to kind of plan an event, listen, in the beginning, David and I remember having Jim Hass at our apartment, but we had a sofa that glowed in the dark. It was the ugliest stuff you have ever seen. And our furniture was made by David and his dad. It was great, but I mean, it was not a beautiful apartment. But man, we had unbelievable fellowship there. We had maybe it was bags of chips and a 2-liter Coke or whatever it was. But man, you got to start where you are, and you've got hospitality needs to be part of what you do with your team. Hospitality is so important. How you treat people is so important. Listen, I know one fact, you cannot do ugly things to people and expect a beautiful life. You just can't. It's a law of sowing and reaping. You know, we've got to develop this muscle. I think hospitality gives us a sense of community. Your team needs time together. You need to break bread together. You need to be there for each other, see the good in each other. Lake was in my backseat the other day. I almost missed what she said. I picked up on her. I said, what'd you just say? Lake's kind of like her dad. She talks a lot. She talks. She's amazing, the stuff she says. Our youngest granddaughter. She said, I see the magic in my daddy. Oh, what a beautiful. She's such a beautiful little soul. I thought, what an amazing statement. I see the magic. Man, look, do you see the magic in your partner, your kids, and your team? Man, we've got to encourage each other. We got to be there for each other. And I know we all understand something. People are messy. I hope that's not an epiphany for anybody in the room. Y'all, People are messy, drama, drama, drama. I hate drama. I do not, I like peace. My spirit animal's a whale. That's awful. David is an alpine swift. I said, how come you get to be an alpine swift and I have to be a whale? But I like peace, right? People are messy. And not one of us sitting in this room is perfect. Not a person in this room is perfect. And as a leader, you just got to really learn to work with messy people sometimes. It means you can't be easily offended. It means you're going to have to exercise forgiveness. And if you're one of those people who likes to hold on to offense, it's just an area you've got to say, God, help me grow in this area. I don't want to live offended. Return good for evil. Don't talk bad about people. Don't celebrate their failures when they harmed you, right? You got to get over the past. We got to pray for people daily. Another thing I think needs to be a cornerstone for our team is just really, and this has got about 5 names too. I'm so schizophrenic in this talk. About discipline, perseverance, hard work, self-government. Really a team marked by discipline. Listen, discipline. Y'all know what disciplines were? People, I see talented people. You do not know the talented people I see walk in Dave's office. You give me a disciplined person that'll do the work. Oh my gosh. Discipline relates to what you don't want to do. You know, I don't have to discipline myself to stay in bed all morning and watch Netflix. It doesn't take a lot of discipline. Winning, I'm telling you, almost always is accomplished by doing the things you don't want to do. But then you get to the other side, just like Jared talked about, and you realize there's life in it. And you've conquered it. And that's when I'm telling you, you've got to do it to experience, because it's until you've done it and lived it, it's amazing. And you got to do it when you don't feel like it. You know, and you've got to learn to operate in your strengths. And you may not have every strength. You might not be the most talented. You might, you know, I'll take discipline over talent any day. Don't let what you can't do interfere with what you can do. We've got to be builders. We've got to be leaders of leaders, you know. You got to master your craft here. You got to be good in fundamentals. You got to be great in the fundamentals. You got to be a copy worth duplicating. You know, we used to have a saying in the business that the good people get trained. Good people get trained. We used to say that. You're just going to figure out how to do it, right? I look at the resources we have now on POL. I mean, all kind of stuff you can study and learn how to do what we do. And you just need to decide, I'm going to be an expert in my field in closing and understanding securities. I mean, Jim Hass is a student of securities. If you want to know, he's forgotten more about securities than I will ever know. And you know, you got to understand too, there are people everywhere who want to help you. There are people everywhere that will coach you, that want to help you. You know, I watched David on his first appointment on his own. Y'all, he was pale. He looked like he was going to pass out. He was sitting at our little kitchen table, and his knees were knocking, and his voice was quaking. I thought, all he had to do was walk out our front door, across our yard, over see Peggy and Harold. And I said, honey, why are you doing this to yourself? And he said, I got to be willing to do what average ordinary people aren't willing to do. He was so uncomfortable. I'm so thankful he was willing to be uncomfortable, right? And then I watched him take our phones. This is back when phones were all attached to a wall. And it would reach all 4 corners of our little cabin, right? And he'd go back in the bedroom and sit for 45 minutes sometimes before he called and asked for an appointment. Y'all, he faced fear. You got to face fear. I watched him book those 10 to 15 appointments a week. I watched him become a student to go to the USM library and do research. And all of a sudden, man, it made sense up here, but also made sense in his heart, doing the right thing for people. I watched him master his craft, which is why his 4th month in the business, back in the dark ages, he was paid basically $3,500. But once he mastered that craft, I'm telling y'all, he turned into a recruiter and trainer, and that's why we have over 230 offices and a comfortable income. Master your craft, be a copy worth duplicating. I love to hear Mike Manning talking about, I can't remember the number, I think it's 19 appointments David took him on. And he said the exact same thing every time. Y'all, you've got to do something that's duplicatable. After he sat through all of those, he said, David doesn't change his jokes. Like, at least change your jokes, right? He said, he doesn't change his jokes. He says the same thing. He said, after 19 numbers a day, I got it. Man, are you transferable in what you do? Or have you become such an expert that nobody can do what you do? They sit down and listen to you go, man, I can't do that. Man, be transferable, master your craft, and do it well. Set goals, live the dream. Not the dream about the closet. We've done so many things. I've had dream cars, dream homes, and I do not want to lead you down an empty path. I think dreams are supposed to awaken something inside of you. They're supposed to touch your heart. One of the funniest stories I've ever told, some of you maybe haven't heard it, so I'm gonna get to tell it again. It's so funny, is we had set a goal, we were trying to do 90,000 in our base shop. And we were living, I remember we were living in Annandale. We were living in the first house we built in Annandale. And we had just moved in and we had made, the kids back when computer signs, you know, the paper was all attached, so you could print a big sign, and we had the whole house covered in these goals. The kid, Lauren and Tommy come home from school, Lauren would draw a color picture. All over the house were signs about 90,000 or bust, you know, what our goals were. But on the ceiling over the bed, I'd made a special one. It said, I know you can do it. And the kids had written on it, we believe in you, Daddy. Okay, when this sign was in the house with all the other signs, it made sense. Well, somebody, a realtor, called and wanted to show my house. I'm like, we just moved in. She goes, no, they just like the house. They just like to see it. I'm like, well, we got to take all these signs down. I mean, you couldn't open a cabinet without there being a sign there. So we got to take all these signs down. We took all the signs down. I forgot the one on the ceiling of the bed. So it looked like they didn't really have a problem. But, you know, we were constantly setting goals. We were constantly going for something, constantly. And y'all, I can't tell you how many times we did it. We'd set a goal, we put our mind to it, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna grow our income to this, we're gonna grow our ratio to this, we're gonna recruit this many people. And we do it. And then you celebrate it. It's awesome. You know, I tell the story all the time now in our story about how we just started driving up the Natchez Trace one day. We had a brand new Volvo, kids were young, started driving up the Natchez Trace on a Sunday drive and ended up, just kept going. We ended up in Nashville. We had to go buy clothes and toothbrushes and everything. And we spent a week in the Smoky Mountains, completely unplanned. You talk about a dream. That's when the reality of freedom hit my heart. We didn't call and ask golf. Freedom. And it became, this is the funny part, it became our family joke. David would he started messing with the kids. And Tommy, I don't know if you remember this, but they'd go, hey, let's get in the car right now. Let's just drive the Smoky Mountains. Let's just drive this. And they get so excited until we didn't do it. And he'd do it over and over and over. It became like, he said, hey, let's go to the Smoky Mountains. To the point the kids went, yeah, right, Dad. You know what? He had an idea. He said, Jill, I want you to get 4 first-class tickets to the Smokies. And we're going to trick our kids. And we did. Of course, they were young. They're easy to trick still, right? They're not so easy to trick anymore. But he said, we bought these 4 first-class tickets. And that was back before 9/11, so you didn't have to go through security checkpoint. And it was Labor Day weekend. And we told the kids we had to go to the airport to pick up a special tool because we were going to work. We're going to teach them about laboring. The weed eater blade. A weed eater blade. You're right. It's a weed eater blade. And all his friends were headed off to the beach or headed somewhere fun. And here his parents were going to make him work all weekend. And so we head to the airport to get this weed eater blade. And we're standing there at the gate. David dropped us off and then he checked baggage and everything. And David walked up and Tommy's standing there against the wall like he can't support his body weight. Oh, this is gonna be so awful. And David walks up and he goes, stood there a few minutes and says, wouldn't it be awesome to just forget working this weekend? And just get on that plane, just go to the Smoky Mountains. Y'all, it was the most amazing thing. And I don't know what your dreams are like, but when I think about that, you need to take the lid off. I think about things like for my parents, their 50th wedding anniversary, I called some florist in Enterprise, Alabama, and I said, I want 50 weddings in this 50 roses in the sanctuary. David asked me later, he said, how much does that cost? I said, less than a Tahoe, because he just bought his parents a Tahoe. So I did 50 roses in the sanctuary, and I did it anonymously. And I just had it in the sanctuary, just little things. My parents, you know, these people that you're here because of them, right? And I had the guy at the church put it in it was in honor of their 50th wedding anniversary. Mother called me after church. She goes, I know it was you. She said, I know you're the one that did this. Guys, you need to think about your wife. And it doesn't need to be the closet with the shuttle bus. It needs to be
things that really move you, because that's really what I didn't realize that's what we're fighting for. I didn't realize that was what the future was gonna be, but that really, those goals and dreams, when David did those goals and dreams, his first ones were like, and he probably talked about this a minute ago, but anyway, getting me good work, that was great. Okay, in closing, I just want to tell you that, number one, you are special. You're special, and you're not here by accident. You know, I know life is short. I just did the math on June 19th. I can remember who was telling this to, I think Kim Nelson. I will be the exact age my brother was when he died of aortic dissection. He was 62 years old. And, you know, just kind of, I'm at that stage in life, I look at everything a little bit differently, but if you're living and breathing and in the game, man, I just believe we're here to bloom, be fruitful, and multiply and make a difference. And you don't need to wait on things to get easier or simpler or better or for things to line up. Dave and I are in the fourth quarter of our career. And I don't think they're more than 4, but maybe we can make 5. I don't know. You know, Psalms 90 says, teach us to number our days carefully, that we might develop wisdom in our hearts. And man, I so want us all to finish strong. I want us to finish strong. And I don't care where you start. I don't care where you've been. I don't care what hasn't worked. I don't care how many mistakes you've made. The question is, how are you going to finish? Because it's the most important. You know, Ecclesiastes says the end of the matter is better than the beginning, and that we need to begin with the end in mind. And I just want to close by trying to tell you in very short without losing it completely, because I already need a Kleenex. Yeah. Thanks, Candace. You know, David's dad, Tom, you know, Mike talked a little bit about Tom and what an amazing story Tom has and how he risked his life. He really risked his life. And he took out the nastiest group of the KKK, maybe in America, the White Knights. And he infiltrated, and he fought for good. And this man, here I am, I mean, David introduces me to his family, right? And we go in when I'm 18 years old, tell them we're getting married. And his sisters were both at the bill of divorces. Our timing was impeccable. And I think his dad probably looked at me, his dad, y'all, spent so much time with me. He was working, he did woodworking out, he turned his garage into a woodworking shop, and I just became his apprentice. And he just spent all this time with me. And I look back and now Tom left me. And we were at a Saints game. And we knew that he was home. He was on hospice. He was in a hospital bed at the end. I told Dave, I said, we just got to go by on our way home. Let's just go by through Laurel. Because I knew I had to sit and tell him. And when I got there, Dave's cousin was there, Jackie, and she was talking to Tom and all the people that loved him and cared about him. He was an amazing man. But I just remember sitting there by him and just saying, Tom, thank you for loving me. And you know what we need to think about is our deathbed, because we're all going to be there at some point or another. And what is it we pour into people? And it needs to be more than business. You need to spend your time, your effort. We're in a perfect vehicle to pour into people, to love on people, to come alongside of them, help them build their craft, but man, help them build a life. And that's really what I want to dedicate our team to and to the rest of our careers to. And with God's help, we'll do that. So thank you.
Okay. That's good. Hey, I'm going to do that, the slideshow on the next presentation, I don't know, it's on the next one. Jill, that was powerful. And I'm realizing what we're going to do here. We're going to compress some things down. You know, we've got to do the Zoom call for all of you with Dan Hall. And there's some other topics we got to get into. I'm feeling like I need to do that on Zoom, like that I want to talk about how to different ways you can expand, like build this local, something I did years ago about getting 2-hour radius, maybe getting 10 different key people within 2 hours of you in these smaller towns, the way to expand there, spinning people out building them locally, spinning them out to a different state, longer distances. So I want to get into some of those things that I've seen work, some things haven't worked well. So I want to get into expansion. Just, there's some topics like that, but we can do that through Zoom. That's no big deal. I'm going to share a few things that I'm going to bring Mike and Amy up, and then anything that they want to share. But I want to talk about this. Let's see. Do I have the deer? Who has the? Is it? Oh, it's right there. Okay, that's your. How do you? Okay, so guys, let me tell you, the vehicle that we've got, the market that we've got, we had a field advisory council call last week with Glenn Williams on, we got the convention coming up. I'm just telling you, 2022 is the year for you to make a run like never before. We got the national convention. And one of the things that's going to be huge is this next gen, we call it next generation life product, okay? This has been a 3-year process. Basically what Glenn, what the home office did, they took really, really key people in the different areas of products, underwriting, compliance, all that. And they said, okay, this started 3 years ago. And they pulled these people out and said, listen, we know that you're a key person in this area, but you are no longer going to focus on doing anything but helping to develop the next generation income protection product. So for the last 3 years, that's all they have done. And they said, look, we want to take our term product, any weaknesses in it, any gaps, we want to fix it. And so that's what's been happening the last 3 years. It's been a 3-year process. So what's cool now, it's done. We've got the products now. You can actually go under products on VOL, on life insurance, whatever. And then you can click on the tab, the next gen, there's a next gen tab. And you'll be able to see that, you'll see that loading up here in the next few months between now and the convention. So it'll be rolled out at the convention. So we're starting now to get educated. Of course, anyone who you sell now can reapply for the next gen product as soon as, we're gonna actually start selling in August, okay? So it'll be rolled out at the convention. They'll have to reapply, but there won't be any penalties for them changing over and all that stuff, okay? So, but let me just a couple of things, what I do. Okay, so as far as the field, it's going to be easier, fewer objections, more sales, and clients, better value, better experience, better satisfaction, company, more sales, better persistency, pricing matches risk, okay? Well, what am I doing? Okay, now, as far as the next gen, the pieces from a product, we've got an overall price reduction. We're going to actual age versus attained age, right? So if you close a 37-year-old at 37, that's the rate, that's the price that they're going to have. It's going to be simple, right? Eliminate the modal factor, just divide by 12. No modal factor for paying monthly, okay? Individual policies, like right now, we do family banding. And let's say someone gets a divorce or whatever, it's a mess, right? What we're doing is we're doing individual policies and like husband, wife, okay, of course the child rider is the same, okay? What they're gonna do on child riders up to 18, you can put a child rider on up to 18, past 18, they have to have their own individual policy. Once they're on it, they can stay covered till they're 25, right? But what's happened is they found that a lot of parents don't know everything that the kids have been doing. Right? In other words, whether it's legal trouble or drugs or, you know what I mean? And so we've been thinking all these kids, older kids are perfect, and they aren't, okay? So now they're going to, they're going to stand on, it's a legal age, okay? So that's going to be that deal, but, with child rider, all that's the same. They're going to child rider issue age instead of 14 days, it's going to 5 days. 5 days old, they're covered, up to 18. Once they're on through the 25. And the same conversion thing when they get there. Policy fees going down to $65. But then on the underwriting, we're gonna have 10 underwriting classes, okay? Female upgrade, the female rates are going down, in some cases like 40% lower on the pricing, okay? Gonna be huge. Improved medical questions, new data sources, I'll show you that in a second. And they're adding a band 5, a 750K band, okay, of coverage. And by doing individual policies, so rather than maxing out on the 1,500 max, now, your face amounts are gonna be higher, but also by splitting those policies, right? Comp's gonna be better, okay? On all this, it's gonna be simpler. Technology going to a different level, I'll show you in a second. Then client experience, simplified policy. The My Primerica, that's gonna be huge, what's getting ready to happen with My Primerica. And then the e-policy delivery, client-friendly letters and bills, everything's just being simplified in a big way. Client authentication, okay? We're using a technology aimed to help prevent fraud and protect valuable client information. Our trusted vendor compiles data from over 10,000 sources, credit bureaus, utility, court records, mobile phone providers. Anyway, 7 of the world top 10 banks, many more use the same solution. All you need to do is fill in the client's name, address, and date of birth, and we'll do the rest. It'll populate the rest of the info. Right, because they're going to be huge as far as doing apps, okay? Underwriting, new data, okay? Our new approach combines new industry data, methodology, implements a new processes to streamline underwriting and deliver a more precise and personalized quote. You're not going to be saying, oh, well, you're a non-tobacco rate, all this. It's just going to be simplified, right? You're 37, here's your rate. Divide that away monthly. Using sex and underwriting creates the opportunity for a wider range of classes. New processes, the power of term product can get you clients result in minutes, one of real-time underwriting. The precision term, which takes the place of custom advantage, will increase the number of issues waived underwriting, requires a lot simpler underwriting. And then new outcomes. Okay, PLAD, which is to be able to fill in all of your routing numbers and all that stuff without the client having to do that. That's going to be big. DocuSign. Oh my Lord, gosh, we're converting to DocuSign on IBAs and income protection. Right, that is going to be incredible. Right. And then the new My Primerica, accessible anywhere, anytime, on any device. New outside will allow clients to access their account on their phone, tablet, and desktop. Multi-language, simplified login process. After the next gen application completed, insurer will receive a link to complete the login process with no authentication requirements. Right. So guys, let me tell you. On the next gen product, and when I sat there, we spent an hour going over this, okay, with Glenn. And because Glenn said 2 months ago, he said, we're going to double production. And I thought, well, I don't see how. right? But after sitting through this, we're gonna double production. Okay, so think about you going to RVP, what a time to make a run, right? You add that to all the things we're doing in the investment business, what we're gonna be doing in the mortgage business, and everything else. I mean, it's gonna be incredible. And then the other thing, yeah. They are gonna have to be, you know, underwriting for the new product. If, if they go through it now though, I mean, they're probably gonna be okay with a simpler process that we're gonna have.
6 months.
Well, let me tell you, a lot of the, like the attending position statements and all that, a lot of that stuff's going away. That's gonna be greatly reduced, okay? AP, we call them APSs. So that's gonna be greatly reduced. That's one of the things that, because it's just a pain in the butt trying to even get doctors to communicate with them. So anyway, just stay tuned. I know that creates a lot of questions, but it's gonna be incredible. The other thing,
What about telling us, right? Get rid of that crowd.
I don't know. Jim, okay, timeline overview. I don't know everything, Jim. I sat through a 1 hour meeting, man. Okay, so here's the rollout, okay? National product release August, okay? National training, we start training in July, okay? So, in May, RVPs and above start training on it. So we're getting ahead of the curve, okay? And what's great, we're gonna go to Atlanta, that's gonna be that. We're gonna see that among other things. The other thing that's happening, let's get ready to do that little video. I want to show you the LFIC, the little videos that you see and all. There's some things that are happening with LFIC, Dave Francis, Mike and I, and all of us, we do the LFIC Leaders for Innovation and Collaboration. And the home office, it's field driven. We all contribute, it's field driven by senior leaders, okay? And so the home office though, they're saying, like, they had a meeting last week and they're saying, you know what? This LFIC could really be a testing ground to help the field, us, them turning little projects like this over to the field and then incorporating the things that are developed into Primary Online to make it very, very user friendly, very simple and all that. One of the things that's happening is with technology, and especially the younger people get it, but there's a video that Mike and I'm gonna talk, we may talk about it on Mike's meeting on Monday, but there's a Fin app, okay? What you're gonna see is where someone's introduced to the business, and they're given certain things that expose them. This is one little thing that it's an app that it's a 60-second video. I'm just going to show you the 60-second video. And then it basically takes a person through, because I actually did it. Dean Francis sent me the version of it. And I did it, and literally, and it is really cool the way it does it. You watch this little video, and then it says, would you like to determine your FIN number, your financial independence number? And so I just went through it personally, and man, it was so cool. I'm just thinking about a brand new rep. They turn in their IBA, they log into POL, they get their $100 credit or whatever. Then they click on a button and it tells them what they need to do to get life license in their state. Okay, next thing we do, let's go ahead and get your PIN number, right? And it just gives a series of little steps that could really all be incorporated into like one app, kind of a Primerica in a box, but using the technology where it automatically populates a landing page that they can use on social media. and even have a scheduling component to it for appointments and all that. So anyway, let's say if we can, I mean, let's watch this little video.
Secrets in our universe. Gravity, absolute zero, the speed of light. Likewise, there's an important number that can decode a secret in your life. It's called your financial independence number. This is the most important number in your financial life, and yet most of us have never even heard of it. It's the amount of money that you need to accumulate in order to no longer depend on a paycheck for the rest of your life. Without it, we're guessing, and that's dangerous. Pensions are gone. Social Security comes with risk. People are living longer than ever. With your financial independence number, you know where you're going and can be more confident in your path. And here's a tip. When you see it, don't be intimidated. Just ask, how can I get there? The answer is in the number. Let us help you discover yours.
Anyway, excuse the sound, background noise, but it's really cool. And then it takes you through this whole process, and literally in 2 minutes, that person has their PIN number. You know what that looks like. But there's all kind of exciting things. I'm just saying, if you combine the different the product services that we've got and what we've got coming, combine that with everything we're doing to simplify the process of new people joining the company, then it's going to be incredible. The last thing that I'll say, and I'm going to bring up Mike and Amy, is Steve Barger had mentioned to us. Some of you have sat through some of Steve's. He did some training for us last year, and he told me about a book called The 100-Year Life. Okay, I haven't finished it yet. But what's happening, folks, when you look at the marketplace out there, okay, life, it's about increasing longevity of life. You know that a child born today, a child living today, there's a 50% chance they're going to live to be 105, right? You take a 20-year-old, 50% chance they'll live to be more than 100, okay? A 40-year-old, 50% chance you'll be 95 or more. If you're a 60-year-old, there's a 50% chance you'll live to be 90 or more, right? Okay, so what we've had up until now is pretty much a 3-stage life. You get educated, then you work and retire. Okay, but now they're saying what we're going to is a multi-stage life. Right? Not a 3-stage, but a multi-stage life. And like the old video said, pensions are going or gone. And you think about our business model. As a matter of fact, one of the things that they said in the book, I wrote down, you're going to be younger for longer, right? Which is good for all of us, right? Younger for longer. Age is not stage. Age is not going to be stage anymore. Relationships will cross age groups, okay? That as people age, we'll be building at older ages new networks, right? And labor will churn in the marketplace. And, companies may not want to go, but they're going to go kicking and screaming. The days of going with XYZ company for 30 years, that's over, right? And guys, look at where we are. Look at our business model. Look at the marketplace. Look at us. We're money never goes out of style. Our business is not going out of style. Residual income, entrepreneurship, ownership, building equity in your company, equity in your business with no debt on it. No quotas, work your own hours, freedom, flexibility, a place where you can age gracefully, okay? And combine that with everything that our company is doing for us to get better and to keep that edge, right, into the future. I think it's going to be an incredible run. So I'm excited. I just feel like that this is such a great time for you, and I just want to challenge all of us, man. Let's go get your deal done, right? Let's go become an RVP, become a head coach, and go make it happen. I want Mike and Amy to come on up, and then I'll come back and make closing comments. Let's, Mike and Amy, y'all come on up.
Hey, y'all, hey, look, I'll make this quick. Hey, I want to start off with this. We didn't have a slide, we couldn't pull it up big enough, but I want to, did you know, think about this now, we're building a company, okay? And, you know, we've been a part of 32 years of the 44 years history, and Amy and I. And, but we knew we were joining something special, but we joined in 1990 for where it was going. I don't know if you knew this, but Primerica was formerly owned by the world's largest bank, Citigroup, a Dow Jones 30 company in 1990. Think about that. We were a part of a company on the Dow. We were a part of the original Dow 30 companies. It was called American Can Company back in the day. Number two, Warburg Pincus invested $240 million. For instance, the Warburg family owns a fourth of the Federal Reserve Bank. They're the ones that planted the seed to start this company when it went public about 11, 12 years ago. Former U.S. President Gerald Ford sat on his board of directors till his death. Former 70th U.S. Treasury Secretary Robert Rubin served as senior counselor. Current CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase, Jamie Dimon, was president of Primerica Corporation. Primerica is publicly traded on the New York Stock Exchange since 2010, opened at 19 a share, it's about 154 right now. Primerica ranked #1 IPO in 2010, member of the S&P 40 Mid-Cap. Forbes ranked Primerica Life as best life insurance company in 22. Forbes ranked best employer for women in 2020. Fortune's ranked Primerica top 1,000 companies in 2020. Over 129,000 licensed agents, 50 states and Canada. Over 26,000 investment license reps, almost twice the size of Merrill Lynch. 900 billion of life insurance in force. Paid 2.1 billion in claims in 2021. Paid over 27 billion in death claims since it was founded in 77. Paid $1.1 billion in field compensation in 2021 last year. #1 sales force in Rocket Mortgage, the largest mortgage company in America. We're exclusive, not captive. Important issue of life insurance coverage, term now. Instant issue it is. Offers the longest term life product, 35 years in the industry, renewable without an exam to age 95. 95% of our death claims are paid in 14 days or less, fastest in the industry. Average death claim, $260,000 per claim, highest in the industry. 190% commission payout. That's unheard of. How do you take in $1 and pay out 190% of it, right, to the field force? Produce more 6- and 7-figure earners than any other company in North America, right? We purchased eTelequote over $600 million in 2021 because we're about to dominate the senior healthcare industry. Has more minority millionaires than any other company in America, including sports and entertainment. A few of the largest shareholders at 154 share as of February the 2nd of this year. Vanguard, BlackRock, Fidelity, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Chase Bank, right? A+ rating, Better Business Bureau, A+ rating for financial strength. Did you know that?
Wow.
Don't miss it. If I'd have seen that when I was you, I may even run harder. I don't know that we could have, Amy, but this is why we joined. I'll send it to Dave. I'll send it out. And I want to, and just to talk about, you know, what we've done in this room. Okay, check these numbers out. This is off the heroes. If you go Primerica online, the front of desktop version, let me get all that crap combined, I'll be glad. And so, but anyway, go to desktop version and go to Heroes book. Now I want you to look at what I pulled up back there a minute ago. Mike and Amy Landrum, our business, last 12 months, we've issued in life insurance, $1.6 billion worth of death benefit. Total amount of insurance in force in Mike and Amy's business, 10 billion for the last 32 years. But get this, Amy and I paid 160 million in death claims. Dude, I remember my first death claim was $7,000 to a woman in Summerall, Mississippi. Now it's 160 million. Listen, big things you got in your head have very small beginnings. Don't ever forget it. They have very small beginnings, but they can become so big here. Okay? Listen to this. This is what we got $1 billion in assets under management, just me and my team. $1 billion? Our first $50 a month client was ourselves. $600 a year. Now it's $1 billion. David and Jill, you gonna hear their numbers? This is scary. Okay. 4.2 billion life insurance put in force the last 12 months. 31 billion in life insurance in force since their career. $700 million in death claims. $700 million. And they have total assets under management over $3 billion in clients' retirement assets, IRAs, college funds. Big things have small beginnings. It's amazing to me. And so, no, you know, that's the proof in the pudding, you know. That's what we do. Josh, there's no doubt. Jonathan, I told y'all this. Y'all, anybody, Lauderdale, I told y'all this, right? You guys, Connor, I told Connor, my kids this, look, you guys just get in your communities and be consistent in your life. I'm not saying you got to be some perfect person. I'm just saying, take the high road with people. Look, people walk, look, I'm just going to meet people where they are, okay? If they're in my business a day, an hour, or a week, or a month, and they walk out the door and they decide not to call me back, I was just sitting for me. Hallelujah. I hope you're better. That's great. Because I'm going to see you in Walmart. I'm going, hey, man, what's happening? How you been? Good to see you. Come on, see me sometime. I'm not going to harass you about Primerica. There's too many other people, right? I know my business works. Hell, this is big. I don't need everybody. Somebody with some sense is going to see this like I did. I didn't bought a turnip truck yesterday, right? And so when I saw it, I said, it just makes sense. If I die, I get the best life insurance. If I live, I got the best mutual fund company. Why wouldn't I do business with this company, right? And so other people will see it like that. You don't need everybody. You need a few of the right people. But if you'll just be consistent in your communities, and over time, and it may take some of y'all 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 10 years. I'm telling you, you'll have a business that all of your family is going to look at you and friends. How did y'all get those? I'm just telling you, it's going to be huge for you, okay? And so remember, that's the track record, okay? I want to leave you with a checklist to keep yourself kind of on track, okay? And I'm going to give you 7 things just real fast, okay? Number 1, okay, as you leave here today, you got to have some type of accountability system with yourself. And one of those that I would have is, I would just every 2 weeks, minimum, you got to give yourself an autopsy, your business autopsy. And you got to look back at your calendar, okay, and you got to say, okay, what worked these last 2 weeks? What hasn't worked? Okay, and fix it. Okay. Second thing is this. So you look at your activity. Okay, it's all about activity, right? And so it's all about how many conversations you have. That's just sales and marketing. Add names to your list every day, taking them off. I call them every day. That's just marketing 101, right? But you got to do an autopsy, and you got to be honest with yourself. Now, you partners in the room, you know, it's a great thing to have a family business meeting every once in a while. You know, I mean, Amy and I would talk about things, and she would help me kind of get my thinking right, keep the right perspective in some cases. So I opened up to her a lot about things like that. Or she would ask me, how you doing? Did you have a good day? You know, that sort of thing. But every once in a while, we need to kind of sit down and kind of have an autopsy. The second thing is this. Ask yourself this question: does the activity you have match the size of your dream each week? That's a big question. Third question is this: why? Fix it. Okay, right? Number 4 is actually fix it. Okay, that's number 4, right? And then, and what I mean by that is this, okay? There's been studies done how long it takes to change behavior. You know what the average person number of days is to change a behavior? 66. 66 days. You can have a bad behavior and you can fix it in 66 days if you just have a little consistency about yourself. Okay, we all have had habits and we've all got rid of some habits, right? Right? It's behaviors. It's, you know, it's not our results that are the problem. It's the behavior that led to those results that are our problem. We don't look at that behavior and fix it, so we still have a problem with the results. Okay, and so so do it now is my number 5. Okay, do it now. Like fix it, do it now. Don't say I'll do it later. And so one of those things may be, well, you know, Mike, I didn't make any money last week, but I really want to go RVP by convention, or I didn't get a lot. Well, you got to fix that now. Okay, you can turn around on a dime, walk at convention, and get your RVP promotion. You get, man, you could go blow it up. But if somebody said it earlier, don't just continue doing what you're doing. You know, you can change things. You've seen people do that in the company. The number 6 is this. You got to ask yourself, am I going to quit again, or am I going to break through? I love what David said. He used to say that saying all the time. I never broke through that I didn't persevere. I never persevered that I didn't break through. I've heard that for 32 years. And it meant a lot to me because I kept going to break through. What is a breakthrough mindset? Let me tell you how to develop a breakthrough mindset. Okay, it's real important. Last thing I'll tell you, okay? What do you say when you talk to yourself? It's very important. Y'all know me. A lot of y'all watch on our Zoom on Mondays. I talk to myself a lot, more than I listen to myself. I have to have affirmations. I'm an affirmation guy. I'm a words of affirmation guy. I have to have this. I've always had these little sayings aloud, like it's going to be a great day. I learned that in college when I set the bench behind All-American for 3 years. And it was a Special K commercial. And back in 1970s, and Special K had a commercial on television. Every time I walked through the athletic dorm, there was a TV on the wall, and you know, soap operas be going on all day, commercials, and you'd hear, it's gonna be a great day, Special K. And so here's big boy, I'm sitting on the bench, you know, having pity parties. And so I guess I heard that song so much that one day I was like, man, I'm just gonna quit this team. And I'm going in my class, and I said, no, you can't quit this team. You're not a quitter. And I just started singing the jingle. I said, it's gonna be a great day. Right? I just left out the Special K. And but I have said it, that was 1979. 2022, I'm still singing. What is your mantra? What is your statement? What do you say when you talk to yourself? What are your kids hearing you say? What attitude are they hearing from you? Kids catch a lot more than they're taught. And I don't know, I just want to be over the top, setting the tone for my day, but also my family, my friends, my business associates, my team. The second part of that is this. Who are the loudest voices in your life? You got to be careful on that one. Okay, we've heard it. There's some wonderful people around us too, you know, but there's some too that we know that we can't be around too much, maybe, or entertain their thoughts. And, you know, I think a lot of times we could just look at their life and say, is that the life I want? And, you know, their track record. The third thing is this, and I've already said it, talk to yourself more than you listen to yourself. You know, don't go on autopilot. I've tried it. I have said before, I've listened to all the self-improvement stuff. I've read all the stuff. I've lived it. I've done this. I've done that. I'm just kind of tired of it. It's not a good place to be because I started going backwards. You got to recommit, and it'll happen. It'll happen to me again, right? But I'll start again, and I'll catch myself and then move back on and get traction. Amy, yes. Yeah. Would somebody have a question for Amy on that, on partnership or anything? How about a partner? Is there any partnership?
I had a feeling this morning, we thought, well, maybe there's somebody struggling, particularly with their partnership. Because I told someone last night at dinner, the hardest part for us was not building a business. It was staying married and raising 5 children and building a business. And so like Jill has said many times today, it doesn't matter how much money you make or how big your business is and these numbers that might rattle off, none of that matters if you lose it all along the way. So is there anything, anyone
Partnership or anything? Is there anything?
My husband's very supportive. He's great. Love the dad. But I asked here before I'm going to ask about next week, but I have a partner in trouble. And they're having to do long day, helping people, paperwork, this and that, together. I go home sometimes. What do we do? Finish. Right. We talk a lot, and I realize that that's what I'm guilty of. I want to. He believes me, but I want him to believe the vision of the business. And I want to know his burgers. It's cheap life. So it's kind of a reverse role than Mike and I had, I guess, right? And so you're trying to figure out what you can say to help him help you and be on the same team with you and feel like he's a part, right? Because there were a lot of times when I felt like, well, Mike's kind of running and I'm stuck here with all these kids and their schedules and meals and homework and projects and all this. But the thing is, we had the same vision. And so when we would take time to communicate, and we called it conversations with purpose. I had to sometimes just, Mike, it runs at such a pace. He still does. When he gets focused, he runs, and you may be that one in the relationship because we're all different. Dynamics are so different, right? But sometimes I would just have to say, Mike, I can't go on like this. I really, I can't. I'm going to break. You're going to have to slow down and connect with me. That doesn't mean, sex. That doesn't mean, a fancy restaurant where we go and sit and talk about the business or talk about the kids. No, sometimes you've got to connect. And when he would do that, and it wasn't me, it was, literally I would have to go before the Lord and say, God, you know his heart. You know what he needs to hear. You know what he's going to respond to. I don't, because I'm just going to be this weeping, crazy woman that's just, out of control and I can't get through like that. And we've had some moments. I've hit him in the head.
It can get ugly there.
Oh, it's been ugly. We had some ugly moments. Seriously, many, in particular. Times where I thought this is just not worth it. It's just too much. Nobody can do this. Nobody can do what we're trying to do. But then it's like when we would connect, and again, it wasn't an intimacy physical, it was a connecting of our hearts, our souls. We knew that if we would lock arms and like David and Jill taught us, fight back to back. We were not he's not the enemy, I'm not the enemy. We're in this together. And if you can push through and persevere during those toughest moments, and for us, it was when our children were little and we were, taking in other kids, we took in foreign exchange students and we had nieces and nephews live with us. We had football players live with us. It was crazy. I'm telling you, just crazy, because when we say we shared our lives, we really did. And I think I did better. The more accountability I had, the more people I had to serve. It kind of kept me from listening to all those crazy people in my head. And so I had to talk to myself because I was talking to other people and encouraging them instead of listening to myself. But I think the thing that he did that helped me want to get on board with him and help him is he would, when I would see his heart, when he would share with me that he too felt overwhelmed, like you feel. Like when he would be honest with me and quit acting like he was Superman. And when he would be tender and tell me, look, I'm feeling the same way you're feeling. I'm feeling like, I'm asking myself sometimes, can I do this? Can I keep pushing through? Can I get this done? Am I going to be able to do what
Am I going to get anybody to get out of the base shop and go RVP? Am I going to get anybody to finally go take the test and get licensed? When is somebody going to make some money?
Yeah.
Right? You ever have those voices? We had them for years.
So when I knew that he needed me, really needed me to encourage him. And when he would show me that softness, that tenderness of his heart and say, like, I need your help. I need your help. I'll help you. You help me. Let's write it down. Let's get a better game plan. And we would have to go back and just kind of, I don't know what, kind of back, kind of sort out our responsibilities and everything again, like what it was going to take and what we had. And we kept a calendar like you would not believe it. I can't believe the people in this business that don't live by a planner. It blows my mind. I don't know how you know what to do if you don't write down every day what you've got to do.
Will you have me?
Even if you have no children, you got to write it down.
Yeah,
So communicating, and we would communicate, and I knew what he had, he knew what I had. We helped each other, we worked together, we prayed together, we'd get on our knees and say, God, you just got to show us how to make this work, because we can't. And when I saw he needed me, then I was like, okay, what do you need me to do? What can I do to help? And I wanted to help ease his pain, if that makes sense, because the pain of change and what you're going through to build a business, to be a business owner, it's tough. But when you know you've got someone together, it's like you can get through anything. So,
and I believe those moments right there that most guys, I'm just speaking from a guy's perspective, we don't want a conversation with purpose because it's uncomfortable. I mean, really, but let me tell you, they're so necessary. Not only with your spouse, with kids, or whoever, people in your business, but conversations with purpose gives you traction in your life and get out of the spinning. But the more you avoid that conversation, those tough conversations, and just keep it open on the front end, and just don't get adversarial. Remember, you're on the same team. It's not your enemy. It's my partner. It's my best friend, my most trusted business advisor. So we just have to take that time to stop and communicate and reconnect, and all of a sudden we're better than we were before. Yeah. And we go to a different level. Then when the flaming arrows start coming at you again in the next pass, right? And your rebound time will become, much shorter, because in the early days, the resentment would build up, and I would just, I didn't care if he came home or not. I was just like, I'm just being really honest. That makes sense. But then once we connect, I just couldn't wait for him to come home,
Actually, you and Bob, what's the number one thing that is part of like a character trait that really gets you on board? Say vulnerability, what you alluded to, or consistency. The other day, one thing was the most important that you want to see out of him.
Character out of mine.
Vulnerability, consistency.
Money. Yeah. I don't know, Jill. What do you think? So, what is the character that?
When $1 million are checking out,
that's nice. Yeah. But before, when there was no,
It's hard.
Connection. Yeah, and you know what? The company, Jill and I have talked about this before. The company always did a great job of running great incentive trips. And it was like, we would always push to the next goal and we would reward ourselves. And Mike was always awesome at that. He would push and work. And then And so he was true to his word. He said, you know, I'm gonna push, and if we do this, if we reach this goal, then we're going to Florida, and we're taking the kids, and we're gonna go for 3 nights, and it's gonna be, I don't care, we're gonna do everything from the track to the beach, to donut runs, to, I mean, and it would just be, I mean, so much fun. But when he was working and focused, I mean, we all were paying the price.
We called that sprint working back in the day. We did. We sprinted to the major holidays, and it was sometimes like coming out of Christmas, you know, January 2nd, we would hit the ground running and go till half a day on Valentine's Day. We'd take a half a day off. Nobody was gonna have an appointment on Valentine's night. So I would always go down and take Amy to New Orleans, eat dinner, and drive back, hit it again on the next morning on the 15th of February. Then we'd sprint to Easter. And we wouldn't do anything to Easter. Then we would bust our chops to Easter. Then we'd go 4 or 5 days to the mountains or Destin, or Seaside. And then we would come back after Easter, and then we'd go to Memorial Day. And then we'd go to July 4th. And then we'd go to Labor Day. And then we go to Thanksgiving. And then we go to Christmas. And then we took 2 weeks off for Christmas. At the end of Christmas, we took the last 2 weeks of the year off every year if we had a great year. And you know what? That worked for years. We put a 12-month calendar on our wall in our house, 6 months on, you know, to kind of get Office Depot. And it had everything. We put our God dates up there, church events that we knew were going to happen as long as we could. And then we put our kid events, right? And then our family events like birthdays, that kind of stuff. And any
And
school
doctor,
stuff,
everything
doctors. And then, but those spaces, all that space that was open, that was relationship building, the revolving door, the Easter hunts, egg hunts, right? And the dinners, the ice cream parties on Sunday afternoon for 2 hours. We did it all, but we filled in the gaps. Let me tell you something. But we have 2,000 representatives now. 76 vice presidents. We don't do all that anymore. It's just for a period of time. And let me tell you something. We did that with pigeons as mail carriers. You have turbo apps.
I know your story. So we asked you, you were watching Oprah. What kept you on board?
When he was watching Oprah, the first couple
I
years.
just heard your story.
Yeah, because like in the first, it just took Mike a while to get his footing, because he had always had, I feel like, coach telling him, you know, I mean, even in the pros, you don't show up for practice, you're gonna be fine. And so all of a sudden, here's a man that's had success somewhere else, but now he's his own boss. And so he's the one that's having to tell himself, you know, go recruit, go. And so when he didn't have momentum in the beginning, well, Tommy, we were so young. Goodness, we had only been married, what, a year, 2 years? I don't know what kept me on board. I don't know. I guess I was.
You were in love.
I was so in love.
Still blinded by love.
I was blinded.
And she quickly woke up not long after that. I'm proud of you.
I'll tell you what probably kept me in business, kept me behind him, was probably your mother.
Yeah.
Because I would call your mother, and your mother would remind me, you know, it takes time. Be patient. You know, he's getting his footing. And he was getting his footing. And I just had to show him some grace.
And so I know some of y'all may hear that and go, you know, I want my partner maybe to do that, but you understand, all of us are different. You know, I heard Dwayne Morrow say years ago, you know, we all come in Primerica. Some of us get going a little sooner than others, and some of us kind of get, you know, momentum quicker than others. Some of it takes a little longer. Why is that? Some of us got a little more work to do on ourselves than others, you know, meaning we've been through some more things, right? We've got some things we got to kind of delete out and get the right thinking programmed in. So we're just all different, like Andy kept saying today. And so I think that's why you just got to keep things in perspective and keep it in the mindset of, you know, I'm not where I would needed to be maybe at this point in my career, but I'm certainly not where I used to be. And I can get better from here today. And I think that's what you got to do. Keep the right perspective. Stop, shut everything off. Let me tell you, the most powerful thing that David and Jill have ever done for us, probably, in my opinion, was at a builder school. We were probably a year old. And it was in Jackson at the downtown Marriott, the old. And we were struggling. Julie Lake was sick. She was, she had been to Children's Hospital already and blew up on prednisone at a year old. And we strolled her, and that Dave and Jill paid for our room because we couldn't afford it. And because we got caught with this no health insurance. We had 40K in medical bills with Julie Lake all of a sudden. We're starting in Primerica, and my car wouldn't go in reverse. Okay. And so we drive to Jackson, and Dave and Jill knew we were struggling. And they said, hey, are y'all in the room? And we said, well, we were in the room. They called us on the room phone. And we said, hey, y'all in the room? We're going to come up and visit with y'all for a minute. I don't know if y'all remember this. They came up to the room and they knew we were really struggling. And we were like, what it felt like we were going to quit. And they said, hey, can we pray? We all. And you know, we got around that king size bed in that Marriott hotel. Those two and us two, and Jill Lake over there in Stroller. And we got on our knees, and I heard my brother. I watched my brother, and I listened to my brother pray for me and my wife aloud. And he prayed that God would give us wisdom and knowledge beyond our years. And that he prayed that God would prompt us and give us names to call people that we could do business with, that would want to do business with us and be creative. He prayed all, and I heard him specifically praying on our knees. So we were surrendered right there, all four of us. And I gotta tell you that moved me. We've done it since. Since that very night. That was one of the first times we've ever done that. A year earlier was the first time we prayed together on our knees aloud. And it was with David in the chapel at Birmingham Children's Hospital. And we saw a miracle within that 24 hours of that prayer. And so I got to tell you, if there's a partnership or if it's an individual, I would tell you, I would definitely, don't underestimate the power of prayer. You know, because the Bible says, whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it and it will be yours. Right? And I got to tell you something, that's always spoke to us since David prayed that with us. And I got to tell you, I think that'd be a huge, that would be a nugget I would take home. That could change your life.
Yeah. Something about hearing, like I said, it's just that vulnerability that you hear when you hear your spouse or your partner or even your friend or your child when you're praying together and they're really laying it out there before the Lord and you witness it. It just makes you more tender towards one another. It's just a beautiful thing. So anyway.
Thank y'all.
Okay, we're winding down now. So I think I just want to, just a couple of things I was going to say or share. Number one, do we still have the info sheets? Hopefully everybody is signed up. We have all your info. There should be some, Jill, are they back there? The things, the forms. If you haven't done that, do that. Because here's what we're going to do, okay? We were able to Zoom today, record this. So I'm going to have it edited. And I'm going to, we will email that link out to today. If you want to go back and review something that was said, I know there's a lot of information, okay? So that we'll get that to all of you, but we just got to have your info. So I think that'll be helpful. We are going to we'll do a couple of Zooms to fill in the gaps of things that we didn't get to. One of the things I want to say is that, you know, one thing you want to do in your business, one of the best things you can do is you need to show growth. You need to show growth in your business. Again, that's what I started off with this morning, entrepreneurship, taking responsibility, realizing the value of your time. You can't have a bad month. You can't get moody, and you know, it's just amazing how people explain their month away to me. They say, well, you know, I just got distracted, or I was a little down, or I didn't do this, didn't do that. And, you know, the problem is you don't owe anything in your business. So, I mean, your greatest strength can be your greatest weakness. You know, I remember when Jill and I first started saving money and we kept increasing it. Our savings, we were saving so much it hurt. We felt broke, but we'd gotten up to like 20 grand a month of just savings, investments. And, you know, but we knew we had to keep pressure because human nature, right? If you do have just tons of money laying around, you know, that was good pressure to me. So I needed that. Does that make sense? And so one thing, you've got to put yourself in a position where you have to show growth, you know, on the bookends of the business. You know, in our base shop, we keep up with term insurance, team term, income protection, recruiting, and investments, whatever. But if you gotta pick the most important to me, from a leadership standpoint, the great thing about securities is you can make a living while you build. But if you're out there doing an investment, I tell people, do every investment you can, but as soon as you do that investment, you better run your rear end back to the bookends, right? Don't walk, you better run. And you go make about 15,000 on an investment, you ought to get nervous as hell, right? You gotta say, oh my gosh, what if this makes me comfortable? I've got to grow the bookends this month. You have to go and grow your bookends every month, okay? If you don't, I want you on the movie screen in your brain, I want you to see yourself getting out of the business, okay? That's what Bill Anderton, my RVP, told me. He said, David, ask yourself 50 times a day, am I recruiting, training, or motivating? He said, if the answer, any day you don't recruit, train, motivate, on the movie screen in your brain, I want you to see sirens, nuclear weapons going off in your brain. And I want you to be able to see yourself getting out of the business. He said, unless you do that, you won't be here long term. And I'm so thankful. Now, I would still be here. But the thing about it is, I'm thankful that he burned that into my brain about building leadership, recruiting, you know, promoting RVPs, right? Okay. So the last thing I'll say is Elon Musk, a quote from him, he said, when you feel like you have too much to do, don't get overwhelmed, right? Push back. When you feel overwhelmed, just kind of say, okay, push back. Say, okay, let me get this in perspective. And then narrow it down. Really, if you could leave here with like, of everything you've heard this weekend, what are three activity things that you could focus on that you know would grow your business? That's what I mean, what would you say? Okay, so just narrow things down because you've got a lot of information, don't answer. What are three things you could do? One of them with me would be, you know, the scheduling, you know, what Jared talked about, the 15 appointments a week, right? Schedule that. And see, what happens is people say 15 appointments. All you got to do, because when you do 15, when you schedule 15 in the future, 7 of them aren't going to make it. They're going to reschedule to the next week, Murphy's Law. So all you got to do is add 8 new ones a week, right? And that gives you 15 every week. So once you do 15 one week, you just have to schedule 8 the next week, the next week, the next week, and that gives you 15 every week. Does that make sense? They just keep rolling to the future. And that would be one thing. Another one would be 2 to 4 personal recruits a month. You know, if you do those 2 things, well, you're going to grow, right? And then focus on the bookends and do every investment you can or whatever. But narrow it down to 3, maybe 4 or 5 things, you know, that you know will explode your business, and do that. Show growth every month. And hey guys, listen, this has been great. We appreciate all of you. And again, we want this to be the beginning of us helping you get to where you want to get to, us helping you. We want to be that asset to coach. When I say we, I'm talking about all the RVPs, your RVP along with myself, right? We want to, whatever we can do to help you grow and get better and accomplish your goals and friends. So any feedback, the other thing we're going to send you is a survey. And we want to get your opinion on what did you like, what did you not like. It'll be confidential. I'll be the only one that sees your name, what you said, not kidding. It'll be just a survey to get your opinion on what would you like to see added or taken away or whatever, what topics would you like to drill down on? Because I'm gonna keep doing these, okay? Even if it's eventually, just once a year, or whatever, to raise up a whole new group of leaders every year. Because, we're at 200, we want to go to 500 VPs and beyond. So anyway, but we appreciate all of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for making a commitment. Anything we can do to help you, then we just let us know, okay? And I'll send you all of our info and emails and all that. So God bless y'all. Be careful going home. Let's roll.